Evening, Barbados Labour Party. Good evening, Carrington Village. My name is Terry Wilson, and tonight I'm cheering with my co-chair, Mr. Shanna Trim. And it brings me great honor to chair tonight's meeting as we are in my home, Carrington Village, where I grew up. Tonight, we bring to you a slate of candidates whose red records stand tall. We bring to you a slate of candidates who have transformed this economy, who have transformed our infrastructure, and when the going gets tough, they have the courage, the care, and the commitment to deliver strong leadership when it matters most. My friends, tonight we bring to you a leader who, when she assumed office in 2018, saved and rescued our economy and continues to transform it day by day by day. Tonight, my friends, we are here to remind you that elections are not a lucky dip. And we are here to remind you that elections change lives. So that on February 11th, we are renewing the mandates of all 30 candidates of those contesting under the Barbados Labour Party mandate. Because we're not dancing with the devil come February 11th, we've seen it. And we felt the results. And I know tonight that we are red and ready. And I know that on February 11th, we will remain red and ready. And I say all of that to say that tonight, we are standing on business. And we are sticking with our first speaker, Mr. Chris Gibbs, hailing from St. Michael West, a man who recently assumed the Ministry of Transport, my apologies, who recently assumed the Ministry of Housing and Land, my apologies, and immediately took it by the horns and transformed the lives of Barbadians in terms of housing. So without further ado, I bring to you from St. Michael West, Mr. Chris Gibbs.
No. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. Who we want Chris Gibbs. Who we need Chris Gibbs. We ride the rest for Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask for Chris Gibbs. We deserve the best. Hampers and hugs and back to school. Would you believe this man so cool? Tell the Chris Gibbs ain't faking moves. And we got enough receipts here to prove that we fix rules and we fix housing, even street lighting here for you.
Good evening, Carrington Village. Good evening, St. Michael South Central. Good evening, Barbados Labour Party family. How we feeling tonight? We ready? We ready? We ready? We ready and ready? Now I gotta open the button tonight. So I'm gonna try and play a few shots. Now, I'm truly honored to be here in Carrington Village. First and foremost, to bat for a lady who I've known for years, Marsha Caddle. You see, I am no stranger to Carrington Village, where Marsha's constituency office is. My father, Laurent Gibbs, used to operate a feed store. I don't know how many of you in Carrington Village will remember that. But subsequent to that, me and my dad worked with Marsha in the 2018 campaign. And that was a stellar team, let me tell you. We had my father, we had Harold Hoyt, we had Kathy Caddle, we had Ramono, we had Dr. Abdul. And I was able to work with her in that campaign to deliver projects to you, the people of St. Michael South Central. We came together and we did a free Wi-Fi project. If you stand right there by her constituency office, you see Marsha Caddle free Wi-Fi. We started that. And we expanded that into British Hill on the pasture by Valerie High Towers. And we did an Independence Awards by the Gully pasture over there. We did some good things. In that campaign, Marsha established herself as a young person who was committed, who was driven, who was dedicated. And the truth is that her background was with a development bank. And she didn't really have to get into politics, you know. And she came to the Barbados Labour Party because, like I came to the Barbados Labour Party as a young person, I knew it was a party of empowerment, the party that would care about his people, draft legislation that empowered people. So we were both drawn to the party. And I have to admit to you, when I worked in that campaign with Marsha, it gave me the itch. And I have to credit her for my interest in coming into public service and giving service to the people of St. Michael West. Now, Marsha, when she was in the Ministry of Economic Affairs, she was responsible for bringing Barbados back for the doldrums, from the depths of the lost decade. And in her background in economics, she helped stabilize the Barbadian economy so that we can grow. And I know that her work in St. Michael South Central with you, the people, has also distinguished her career. So I want you, come February 11th, to re-elect Marsha Caddle to enter into those hallowed halls of Parliament. So what are you gonna do? Vote for Marsha Caddle. Now, my friends, tonight I stand before you as the Minister of Housing. And it would be remiss of me not to talk about the plans for housing in this constituency. Because the truth is that this year promises to be a very special year for housing. Now, I just signed a conveyance to acquire Hempstead House on Harmony Hall, right up there. And that is going to constitute a housing solution of 45 units. That will help the people of this constituency to get housing. But we ain't stopping there. In our manifesto, we promise to offer more rent-to-own solutions for housing developments like this, expanding our social mortgage program. This is of tantamount importance to Barbados and to this constituency, because we all know that there are many individuals out there who cannot necessarily qualify for a mortgage, or even if they go to the credit union and they go get a mortgage, it's not enough to get what's out there right now. So we're saying to Barbadians, when you apply for the rent-to-own program, you will not require a mortgage certificate. That is my creed to you. All we require is that you show a history of renting. And for all of the people who work in lower income jobs, they will now have an opportunity to access affordable and dignified housing. This is our creed to you, the constituents of St. Michael South Central. And that is just one solution that we will be bringing to you. Now, I recognize that it's my job to build, to enter into joint ventures, to be able to take a more industrial approach to housing. But I will not forget the people in the housing estates. And the truth is that St. Michael Central has Valerie, and we have one over here too, some duplexes over here. And I guarantee you that we'll be working to repair roofs where necessary, to add resilience to our housing stock. And we know that there's some issues in Valerie. I have had many conversations with Marsha, because one thing about Marsha, I mean, it says in her motto, care, courage, commitment. She is committed to you. And if she has to boss you around and bully you about, she can do it, because she is tough. And she has talked to me about going into Valerie and making sure that we resolve those issues. There are issues with the elevator, there's issues with security, and we know that we have some general maintenance issues that we have to address. But I guarantee you that we will do so, because people in the housing estates have to have dignified living conditions. And I know that I've only been a minister for about 5 months or so, but it was my distinct honor to be able to bring my first resolution to Parliament, which manipulated the Freehold Tenantries Purchase Act, which was a bill that was brought by the Honorable Tom Adams decades ago. And to this day, it is a gift that's still giving, in that we can now transfer title and sell land at $2.50 per square foot for non-tenantry land and 10 cents a square foot for tenantry lands. And in River Bay, we were able to do that for 7 elderly people, free of charge. And that is what the Barbados Labour Party stands for. It is empowerment of its people. And we didn't stop there. We have a bill. And Horace, I got to mention it, sorry. We have a bill which we will bring to Parliament. Should you give us the permission to continue our job, we have a bill sitting right there that will vest 206 units into people in the estates all over Barbados. And that is what makes me feel proud to stand here before you, to be able to empower regular people to own property. And the truth is that we will continue to do so once we survey all of the 3,300 odd lots, estate units. And the thing about it is, when we vest from Parliament straight to the tenants, the title clean, 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 clean. Nobody can question it. And that is why we are here. And the truth of the matter is that Marsha feels very strongly about this as well. And we will work hand in hand to be able to deliver these types of solutions to Barbadians. And truth be told, I'm aware that you got Seeley and Gill running again. But you know what? 2 of them are accustomed to running against one another, so they can run for second place. I know that come February 11th, we can do the right thing and put our girl Marsha back in the House of Assembly so that she can do more for you. And I know that more is in store for her, because one thing I will tell you, when I first met Marsha, and Trim will tell you, Senator Trim, that girl is brilliant. And the Barbados Labour Party knows how to attract this kind of talent. I was having this conversation with Horace just now, that the young man that just introduced me, when I heard him speak, and I heard that he's from this constituency, there's no amount of talent, no short of talent in this Barbados Labour Party. And the young people are leading the way, which is why it really disturbs me when I hear people from the Democratic Labour Party try to downplay some of our promises to the young people in this country in our manifesto. Can you imagine that we were promised to start the Republic Child Wealth Fund, where this government will invest in our young people? Every child born after November the 30th, 2021 will have $5,000 invested into this fund. And the truth is that these sorts of measures, as the Prime Minister said, gives people who would not have had this before, given the environment that they would have grown up in, to get a start in life. And these type of things bridge the inequality gap. And this is what this Barbados Labour Party is about, bridging the inequality gap, as we continue to show the world that we are Bajan strong. And what does that mean? Bajan strong means is that we will leverage who we are, how we grew up, leverage the stories told to us by our grandmothers, by our grandfathers, and we can show the world that our culture is strong. Which is why I had the honor and the privilege to be the chairman of the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. And I was recommended to that post by Marsha. As I said, I was her campaign manager. And as the chairman of the BTI, I was able to do projects like the Newton Monument. That is very special because that leverages our heritage that obviously for nefarious reasons is there, being that that's the second largest slave burial ground in the world. But guess what? The Prime Minister, when she assumed office in 2018, she recognized that you can't only rely on sun, sea, and sand. We have some things in our country that we can leverage in order to attract other types of tourists. So Barbados was the stop-off point for the slave trade. And we get to redefine who we are by welcoming those tourists, our African brothers and sisters, so that they can reconnect with that journey and discover the linkages that we all possess. And that is what that project is about, because that project also digitizes our slave records, which are the second oldest slave records in the world. And this is the vision of our Prime Minister, of the cabinet, of Marsha Caddle. These are the things that I bought into, and I was so pleased to be a part of. But we're not stopping there. I had the distinguished pleasure to also start building the geriatric hospital. And that will replace the old one, and we will increase the beds. We will do outpatient clinics for other elderly people, have rehabilitation programs, so that our elderly can find and live a dignified life. And these are things that I'm very proud of. I'm very proud to be part of this party and this great nation. And the thing about it is, we cannot play fast and loose with our future. We know that we live in tumultuous times, people. What the fellas doing overseas in the north, you don't know what you're gonna do from tomorrow. We don't know what you're gonna do the day after that. And the only certainty is that we live in uncertainty. And let me tell you, I cannot think of a better captain to have to navigate these rough seas than our Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Amour Motley. We cannot mess around with our futures. We have to elect Marsha Caddle again. We have to elect the Prime Minister again. We have to bring in Humphrey again. We have to bring in Nero again. We have to bring in Cynthia Bradshaw again. We have to bring back the entire St. Michael team so that we can continue to do the good work of the Barbados Labour Party in empowering our people, in enfranchising our people, so that we can carry on into the next generation and go from strength to strength. So come February 11th, where we gonna put the X? What we gonna do? We will vote for Marsha Caddle. My friends, it was a distinct honor and privilege to present to you tonight. God bless and good night.
No. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Who's the best in St. Michael West? Who's the best in St. Michael West? Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs. Who the people want is Chris Gibbs. Who the people need is Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask what Chris Gibbs. Who we want Chris Gibbs. Who we need Chris Gibbs. We ride the rest with Chris Gibbs. Big a place we ask what Chris Gibbs. We deserve the best. Hampers and hugs and back to school. Would you believe this man so cool? Tell the Chris Gibbs.
Good night, BLP family. How y'all doing? Y'all looking nice tonight. Comrades, we are a couple of days away from February 11th. And I just want to check, are you right and ready? Are you ready to go to the polls to vote for Marsha Caddle? Are you ready to return her to St. Michael South Central as your representative, to show that you know what good representation looks like, because it looks like care, commitment, and courage. It looks like a woman who understands the needs of the people of this constituency and does not need to say that she is still here, because you have been seeing her. You have been walking with her and talking with her, and she has never left you since she has been elected in 2018. Tonight, what you will see on this platform is a political party that understands leadership and understands that all Barbadians can contribute regardless of their age, regardless of where they come from. And so tonight, what I want, the next speaker that I will bring to the platform is a young woman who demonstrates this party's commitment to including young people at every level. In our manifesto, we say that we will ensure that young people are represented not only on school boards, not only on statutory corporations and other national boards, but also we will include them in consultations. And at every level, because we understand that young people are not just leaders of the future, but they are co-creators in the now. We also say that the Barbados National Youth Parliament will be given the opportunity to present strategic resolutions to the Cabinet of Barbados. Because for too long, the Barbados National Youth Parliament has simply been there and they have played around in Parliament. But we understand that we have to do more than create organizations, but that we have to give them teeth so that young people can be fully involved. We also say that we will ensure that young Barbadians' mental health, their social well-being, as well as their desire for opportunity is protected. And I am sure that as we go on tonight, you will hear more about that. Comrades, I want to say that some people may say that we are too ambitious. This Barbados Labour Party says that there is no such thing when you are on the road to a better, greater nation. We say that the sky is the limit and we want our young people involved at every level. Comrades, if you are from St. Michael Central, or you have family in St. Michael Central, the next speaker is the one that you are going to put your ex next to. The next speaker is a young woman who is dynamic, who has time and time again shared her vision, but who also has shown that she is willing to stay the course and that she understands that representation must be about people, and that is exactly what she has done. I'm asking you to welcome, give a BLP welcome to Tyra Trotman.
Tyra Trotman, BLP, energy man. St. Michael Central, yo Barbados. Barbados man. Na 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 na. Tyra inspiration make you feel better. Everybody wanna be happy, nobody wanna be sad. If you not vote Tyra Trotman, you gotta be mad. Better give thanks for life and everything that you have. Why BLP, they wanna be good, the rest wanna be bad. What goes around, you lose your hand in a brag. And who would think I better stab you in your back? Yo, Tyra, a journey of 1,000 miles begin with only one step. Keep your eyes on your goals and the crows, cause they always trying to break your neck. The grass is green.
St. Michael South Central! Let me wake up here. Let me try that again. St. Michael South Central! St. Michael South Central, are you red and ready? You sure you red and ready? Y'all don't sound so. Are you red and ready? Good. Now, you know, it's always a pleasure for me to be here. It is always a humbling experience because if you know the story of Tyra Trotman, you will know that a lot has happened for me to be here today before you. Not only just as a woman in politics, but as a young person. The Barbados Labour Party is promoting our youth. You've seen young speakers tonight and who are doing an excellent job. The Barbados Labour Party is creating an environment for young people to thrive, not only in the party itself, but in Barbados on the whole. Let us not forget who is the party that reintroduced the free education after the Dems took it away. At the end of the day, we need to understand that education is the tool to financial liberation. It is an equalizer. It levels the playing field. So no matter where you come from, whether it's from the ghetto or from the heights, when you go and get your education, you have a place in this society. When we talk about crime, there's some talks out there saying that one government, the Barbados Labour Party, is to blame for the rise in crime. But I'm here to tell you, as an attorney at law, it has nothing to do with a government. Crime is a socio-economic issue. It is a multifaceted issue. It is a mix-up of a whole bunch of things, where there's the lack of education, the lack of opportunity, the high levels of poverty, mental health issues. Those are things that lead to crime. Because at the end of the day, when you have a child that has experienced trauma and it has not been dealt with in a professional way, and then it grows up to be a man or a woman and it is carrying that trauma with him or her as he or she goes forward, sometimes it manifests and it materializes into violent outbursts. Once upon a time, you could have walked through a crowd and stand up on somebody's shoe and not have to worry about getting shot. Now, quick, so everybody want fight, they want fuss. Quick, so is a stabbing. Quick, so is a shooting. Quick, so this body getting boxed down, assault. Then you have domestic violence. All of those things are crime, but it's not caused by a government. And that is why this Barbados Labour Party with the Honourable Mia Amor Motley invited everyone to have a say when it comes to how will we fight and tackle this issue of crime. You heard the Honourable PM say, I've invited our 8C to come and sit with me and say, how can we come up with a solution to help curb the rise of crime? But you also heard the Prime Minister say he did not attend. But yet, he's on a platform saying, let's play the blame game. Let us blame the government for crime. You can't do that. That is hypocrisy at its finest. Now, when it comes to the cost of living, yes, things are hard. Things are hard all over the world. It is not something that is only special or local to Barbados. When you look around, right now we're going through a global crisis with all the wars that is going on. What you think is going to happen? But what this Barbados Labour Party government is doing for you is help cushioning that blow so you don't have to feel it as much. And we ain't just talking about the manifesto. We have a red record. I have my red record here. Get yours today. Make sure you go and you read and you inform yourselves. Bajans, we as a people, we need to inform ourselves. Do your own research. Don't just take my word for it or the Madam PM's word for it. It is here in black and white for you. Get yourself your copy. Read it. See that there are promises. This is 130-something pages of promises which have been kept. So when certain voices out there are telling you the Barbados Labour Party ain't never do nothing for Barbados, you must tell them, silence. Silence with that negativity and that noise. It is not true. You heard the PM say, we were not always perfect. The government is not perfect, but the government listens, it improves, it molds, and it shapes into whatever your concerns are. We take them into account. We go back to the drawing board. Because the Barbados Labour Party is not an egotistical government. It is not like RAT, who when you criticize him, you get locked out. Who when you try to interrupt him from speaking, he wants to starve you. Who can't even manage a token to ensure that the lights at his meeting remain on, but want to come and tell you, trust me with the public fund. Barbadians, we have to get serious about this because too much is at stake. Are we going to leave shore for onshore? Are we going to gamble with our future? Are we going to gamble with our children or our grandchildren's future? I think not. So let us discuss some of the things that the Barbados Labour Party was able to do. You heard Santia mention we have 121 electric buses, the biggest fleet of electric buses in this entire region. I remember when I was going to school, I used to have to catch the bus. And the bus, the rail popped down. It used to holler for jagga, 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 jagga. Quick, so this thing back down. Quick, so they got slices in the seats. And then you had to get off that bus to get on another bus, and it was hot. Now we have electric buses that have an AC and Wi-Fi, and we are traveling in style. That is what this Barbados Labour Party was able to do. When it comes to the one-time $300 grant that every single Barbadian over the age of 18 was able to receive to help ensure that the cost of living isn't as harsh on you as it is on others. That is something that this Barbados Labour Party was able to do. When it comes to crime, we were able to implement more criminal judges. We increased it by double. It went from, by 4. It went from 2 to 8. 4 times we were able to increase the number of judges. What does this mean? It means that matters that used to take 10 years and 20 years to get through the system can now be heard and dealt with within a few years. Is there room for improvement? Of course there is. But the point is we are ever evolving, ever improving, and ever moving forward. When it comes to the prosecutors, we've been able to raise the number of prosecutors from 8 to 16. That is double the amount, which once again means that you are getting your justice served in an appropriate amount of time, because justice delayed is justice denied. So we ain't just talk. We've given the biggest grant ever when it comes to our money in terms of giving the police service, the biggest amount of money invested in that service ever to ensure that the Barbados Police Service can be that what it is. It is an institution designed to serve and to protect and to assure. You've seen the installation of the cameras all over the place, because at the end of the day, the police cannot always be there. But they have eyes and ears now to ensure that once it is that something is happening, they know what is going on. And that is why you see the high turnover now of criminal matters and cases being solved. Those are some of the things that we were able to do. When it comes to the trust loan and the YES program, these are programs which were designed to empower Barbadians, because it's one thing to have a government job, but it is another thing to be your own boss, to be your own entrepreneur, and to have the resources to be able to do it. When it comes to education, I mentioned earlier that the Barbados Labour Party was the government to reintroduce the free education. But let us talk about the 14,000 free courses available through the NTI program, through Coursera. And we ain't stopped there. If you read this wonderful manifesto, you will see that those courses, that 14,000 free courses are now going to be offered to the inmates, people in prison, because we don't believe that one should be judged. We believe in second chances. And as such, while you are spending your time in prison, you will be able to do something constructive with your time, so that when you come out, you can reintegrate into society without a problem, and therefore avoid having to go back whence you came. You heard the Prime Minister mention that the reverse tax credit is now going to be from $1,300 to $1,700 per year. That's a big jump when you calculate how much people are in Barbados. Giving you a little extra something at the end of the year, whether it's November or December, to paint up your house, put a little ham on the table, or buy your curtains. Those are things that this Barbados Labour Party is doing. You heard about the Child Wealth Fund. The first time ever a government is catering to children that are not even born yet. You heard that from once you had a child that was born November 30th, 2021 or thereafter, they will qualify for this fund. $5,000 worth in a fund that once you add on a little piece and piece and piece, every year until the child is 18 and 21, it can increase, giving your child a good start in the future. Whether that child decides to take that money to go and buy a little piece of the rock, or to go and buy a vehicle, or to go and study overseas, that is entirely up to your child, but your child will have the options. And that is what this Barbados Labour Party government is seeking to do, give you the options. And we ain't just talking about the young people, we didn't leave out the elderly either. Because when it comes to the elderly, you heard about the $1,200 cash credit that you will get per year to put in your pocket, so the elderly don't have to feel vulnerable anymore. anymore. They don't have to depend on their loved ones to give them a little something when the end of the year comes. They can feel confident enough that they can dip into their own resources and provide for themselves, giving them financial freedom and stability. These are just some of the things. When you talk about healthcare, there's a lot of noise about the QEH. Yes, sometimes the times are excessive. The waiting times, I will not say not. Well, it would be fool to say not. But when you compare that to the fact that in Barbados, you get free health care. Where other places in the world, if you do not have health insurance, you are doomed. Perfect example, a woman who knows her due date is around the corner. In America, some women don't even admit themselves into the hospital because they know at the end of their delivery, them looking at 40 to 60,000 US dollars in a bill. Here in Barbados, we don't have that problem. You know your due date and you go and admit yourself, and you can lay down and relax and know that you are in safe hands because we have that for you, that free health care, whether you have health insurance or not. And when we're talking about improvement, this Barbados Labour Party has made a covenant with you, the people of Barbados, to invest $400 million worth of expansion in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Well, it don't get no sweeter than that. You saw in the manifesto, we heard the cries about the traffic congestion. We said that we're going to build the flyovers. You saw that. We heard your cry about the job opportunities. You've heard the Minister of Tourism speak about all the hotels which are being built, and soon enough, they will have thousands of jobs available to Barbadians. This is a government that listens. This is a government that cares. This is a government that is moving the people of Barbados forward. And when we talk about leaders, well, let me compare the two now. Mia Amor Motley, Ralph Anthony Turn. Which one sound better to you? Mia Amor Motley, Ralph Anthony Turn. It is not making sense, as the young people would say, make sense. You have a leader who is known all over the world. You see on social media, people comment under her videos say, I wish she was my prime minister. A woman who's not afraid to stand up for the small islands and reintegrating the fact that we will not be bullied by anyone. A leader who is strong enough to stand up to the great metropoles who once enslaved the people of this country. That is the type of leader you have in Mia Amor Motley. Then you have a man who does catch feelings and lock out long-standing members who have dipped into their own pockets and made sure that the lights was on and the water was running when the party was not making any money. You have a man who does go on and on talking for 4 or 5 hours, and the only thing you can remember he talking about is lame ducks and black belly sheep and things that make no sense. Up until this day, the Democratic Labour Party has not produced a manifesto for the people of Barbados. And we just had the special polling date. You know what that means? Barbadians were asked to vote and only had one single plan put to them. But he's asking you to come out on February 11th and vote for them. And they have not even shared their vision with you. Madness. Instead, they're worried about how many numbers in a meeting, what crowd in a meeting, who do this and who do that. I want poison this body and all kind of nonsense. You have not heard about a vision, but they're asking you to vote for them. Barbadians, let us not make the same mistake the United States of America has made. Remember that a vote home is a vote against the Barbados Labour Party. You heard the PM say, no single ballot box starts full. Every single vote counts. Make sure you come out in your numbers and vote. Don't only support, vote for this Barbados Labour Party, because our future is what is at stake. Young people, I don't want to hear about how on politics ain't my thing, because at the end of the day, all politics is decision making. policy making, and you want to make sure that you have a voice and a say in that, because whether or not you show up, a decision will be made. But I implore you to use the right that persons before you have fought so hard to gain, and come out and vote February 11th. Vote for Marsha Caddle. Vote for Chris Gibbs. Vote for Tyra Trotman. Vote for Mia Amor Motley. Vote for the Barbados Labour Party. I love when a bad. Make it make sense. February 11th. If you miss it, you diss it, and you can blame yourselves.
Stitching time save nine. Tyra, you always gon' shine. Everybody wanna be happy, nobody wanna be sad. If you no vote Tyra Trotman, you gotta be mad. Better give thanks for life and everything that you had. YMBLP, they wanna be good, the rest wanna be bad. See, the rest wanna be bad. Tyra, say Michael Central. BLP, Barbados, yeah. Yo, Tyra, we outside.
Labour Party family, you hear that young woman? You hear Tyra Trotman? My friends, this is a young woman that when you listen to her, your heart gets warm. Because we always talk about paying it forward to young people. And this is a Barbados Labour Party that continues to pay it forward to young people, and we see it in Tyra Trotman this evening. That is a woman, my friends, with a plan. That is a woman that is ready for representation. That is a woman that is about business. My friends, this is not a game about subterfuge, or this is not a game about chicanery. This is a serious campaign. And when you listen to Tyra, you hear her talk about the role of education in reducing criminality, the role of creating jobs, the role of levying agencies such as the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, which I am a beneficiary of, and institutions like Fund Access, which equally I am a beneficiary of. So that when you think about addressing crimes and addressing the real issues in this country, Tyra Trotman is a young woman that faces them head on. She doesn't run from the challenges. She doesn't run from the things that matter to us as Barbadians. She faces them head on. And we see that whenever she speaks, she talks about her policy. She talks about how education, how financial literacy, how the creation of jobs and expanding our framework for hiring helps to reduce criminality in this country. And these are things, my friends, that we do not take for granted. These are things that we understand and we know that matter because they move the country forward. And when you sit down and you listen to the candidates from the other side, and you listen to the things that they say and the things that they have to offer, sometimes your mind draws blanks because you cannot understand what these people are really about. These are people that oppose every single thing that the government does. And I warn you, because an opposition that sees everything wrong the government does, if, God forbid, it gets into power, it would think that it does everything right. And that is a dangerous place to be in politics. So that when you think about Tyra Trotman and you think about the Barbados Labour Party, she mentioned that very well, that we understand that this is a government and this is a party that understands that it is not perfect. But that does not mean that the work stops, but that the work continues and continues and continues, and that day by day, we bide our time and we get better, and we do better, and we create a better Barbados for every single one in this country. So that on February 11th, there is no question about who we're voting for. There is no Kadir, man, we gotta give this body a chance, we gotta get it. No Kadir politics on February 11th. We are voting for those who have a strong record. We are voting for those who have shown us that they are most competent to lead this country. And my friends, they are from the Barbados Labour Party. My friends, I bring to you the next speaker from St. Michael South. A man who I've worked with the One Family program, a man that continues to put people over politics. My friends, this man has brought land game-changing legislation to this country, whether it be the Child Protection Bill, the Child Justice Act and continues to advocate for people, particularly those most vulnerable in this country. So without further ado, I bring to you from St. Michael South, Mr. Kirk Humphrey.
I don't know be a whole lot bar town. Enough politician chat back on the ground. Be a Villa Road and Dighton Road we drive round. Be no slogan, be a John Strong.
Kirk Humphrey, smart never dump see. As a minister I'm do a lot in the country. Work for the jobless, help for the elderly. Brand new facility in the community.
Down another party crawling. People over politics, Humphrey balling. What you think else you needy in the morning? For your Humphrey for the help, nobody caring. I don't know be a whole lot.
Good night. Good night. It's a very great pleasure of mine to be here tonight to support my friend, my neighbor, my comrade, Miss Marsha Caddle, who's standing right here. Please give Marsha a round of applause. And I don't just say that lightly because we're politicians on the same team and we're supposed to say that, but I say so because Marsha truly is my friend. And it really is an honor to share a very long border with Marsha. And over the last, I would say about 8 or 9 years or so, but definitely the last 7 since we've been in office, we've been working together to be able to bring policies and programs to this community that we love. So I want to thank you, Marsha, for giving me the opportunity not only to be your neighbor, but to be your friend and your comrade. And I often say that this election presents the greatest contrast, I think, of any other election. And that there are very few constituencies where the contrast is as clear as this one. There are some constituencies where we have candidates, like myself and Marsha, where, in my instance, I'm competing with somebody who's running for the first time for the Democratic Labour Party. And in Marsha's case, she's running against somebody who's run several times. And in each instance, my belief is that it is very clear that there is a clear divide between what the Labour Party offers and what the DLP offers. I do not support Marsha Caddle because she is the alternative to Richard Seeley. I support Marsha Caddle because she is the future. And that in many ways, Richard Seeley is a relic from the past. And if we consider that some politicians have the opportunity perhaps to rethink, to renew, and re-engage, and come back to the public, and maybe ask the public for forgiveness, or maybe present a new version of themselves, then that is not the case with Richard Seeley. Richard Seeley has decided that he will double down on what he is and who he is, and present to you that which you already know and that which you have rejected twice. In fact, I was driving down here this afternoon, and I saw the only thing different about Richard Seeley now is the poster, where I've never seen a poster so enhanced. I could hardly recognize the man on the poster. So in every instant, Richard Seeley is a fraud. We have to be clear, therefore, that we have an honest person running against someone who has presented in real terms the worst version of themselves and could only pretend to be better on a poster. And I say that not jokingly because at the end of the day, this is not about what we put on the posters. Y'all have seen the best, in my view, of Richard Seeley. And at his best, you've already said no. And you have not yet seen the best, in my view, of Marsha Caddle. And so on February 11th, I hope that you say yes. In fact, on February 11th, I am sure that you are going to say yes. Because Marsha represents the best in what most of us would want to be represented in political life. I believe that Marsha Caddle is extremely honest. Extremely honest. I believe Marsha Caddle is very, very hardworking. And to be truthful, I know very few people as intellectually sound as Marsha Caddle is. Marsha, therefore, has all of that. But if that were not enough, Marsha also cares tremendously about people. Care, commitment, and courage, I remember, from 2018. And therefore, I come here to support my friend Marsha Caddle, who I think is doing a very good job as the MP. Call that guy. To support my friend Marsha, who's doing a very good job as MP. And beyond the job as a member of Parliament, Marsha has also done tremendous work while she was in the cabinet of Barbados. I'm inclined to take it off and do a thing, but it's not my stage. Just keep it tight. Yeah, that's good, thanks. You've seen, gotta touch it gently. Y'all have seen the work that Marsha has done while she was in the cabinet. In fact, I used to look forward to the conversations that we would have time and time again about the work that Barbados has to do. In my view, Barbados is at a very critical juncture. There are a lot of things that we have done that we've been doing for a long time that we now need to, the Prime Minister is to say, deconstruct and reconstruct. And Marsha had a very big role in helping us to deconstruct and reconstruct some of these systems. I was saying to my colleagues the other day that for some reason I do not understand why even for us on nomination day we have to sign 5 of the same forms over and over in pen, because that just doesn't make sense to me in a modern Barbados. And so there are many things that we have to ask ourselves the question, does this make sense in a modern Barbados? And the answer to that in many cases would be no. And we are therefore charged as a government with the responsibility to break down those existing systems and to be able to build new systems. So I say to you without fear of contradiction that in many ways Marsha Caddle is the future and that Richard Seeley is the past. There is a very sad thing about a man who does not realize when people are done. The people of St. Michael South Central are done, but you keep coming back. And so at the end of the day, the judgment is for the people of St. Michael South Central to make. And I ask you not to judge, not even to judge the Democratic Labour Party and Richard Seeley on the past. You ask yourself, where was Richard Seeley after he lost in 2022? Where was Richard Seeley after he lost in 2022? These men all found themselves escaping into oblivion, and because they feel they sense a chance at victory, they now re-emerge. So for men like Richard Seeley and David Eswick and even Ralph Thorne, this is now a one-way ticket on a last chance ride, and the desperation is tremendous. These men are now prepared to do anything to get back into office, say anything about anybody in the worst way to get back into office. But you have to ask yourselves, has the Labour Party been leading you well? Has the Labour Party done the things that you need to do to be able to survive? And let me remind you, because I think as great as Barbadians are, some of us may have forgotten. When we came to office, this Barbados that we love so much was the 3rd most indebted country in the world. We were behind Greece, I think, and Japan. The 3rd most indebted country in the world. We had a debt to GDP of about 175 to 179, which meant that most of the money we made had to go back to paying debt. We had about $18 billion in debt, and there is a view being perpetuated by the Democratic Labour Party that somehow we have been borrowing ourselves into oblivion. But the government of the day now has less debt than when we came into office. There was $18 billion in debt, now there's $15 billion in debt. And I speak about the debt situation because I know that Marsha had a very big role to play in that whole conversation. Marsha is a bit like me in the sense that Marsha is a social scientist, but she's better than me because she's also an economist. So in Marsha, you have the best of both worlds. Somebody who understands the economy very well, and somebody who understands social systems and social policy very well. But Marsha played a major role in helping us get ahead of this debt situation. And y'all might also have forgotten, but before Guyana found all this oil and got wealthy, there was a time where even Guyana was refusing to take Barbadian dollars. And for the men, I don't know many of them, but for the men who used to like to go to Guyana, found themselves in trouble because people were not taking Barbadian dollars. Imagine put yourself in a place where a country like Barbados is being rejected by every single country. We could not even afford a mint. So when the Democratic Labour Party starts to talk to you about debt, or when they start to talk to you about economic management, know that that must be a joke, or that it must be a lie. And I say to you that the persons who were the architect of a lot of that demise, the former governor of the central bank, is still the main advisor. And the person who felt that he should control the economy was one David Eswick. And he is still there, still saying the same crazy things that he said, still perpetuating lies. I have a lot to say before this election is done about David Eswick. I will not do it here tonight, but I have a lot to say because there are some very vicious things being said by David Eswick, being circulated on social media as if it is true. And I ask Barbadians to fact check David Eswick because David Eswick is not known to be a man familiar with the truth. And a lot of the things that he's saying has no relationship. They're not cousins, first, second, or third cousins to the truth. And therefore, I ask Barbadians to take David Eswick with a pinch of salt. But take a note that I will deal with that in a later conversation. But many of these people who were part of that architecture are now returning, having not asked the people of Barbados for forgiveness. And so what are you expecting? I heard that one who was supposed to be a rising star was also saying that Barbados has too much foreign reserves. Now, for me, that is a mad conversation. How can you tell a country like Barbados, a country that is exposed to all kinds of climate shocks, a country that we know, if America sneezes, they say Barbados catches a cold. How can you say that Barbados has too much money in foreign reserves? And ask yourselves to be taken seriously by the Barbadian public. It is a joke. The Democratic Labour Party has done nothing, said nothing, or changed a single thing for the people of Barbados to take them seriously. And you compare that record to the record of Marsha Caddle, there's one thing I will never forget. When we were in opposition, I think it was the budget debate, we all went to Parliament. I don't know if you remember Marsha, we all went to Parliament. And after the Mia Motley spoke, Richard Seeley, he likes himself, so he flew up. He was responding to Miss Mia Motley, who then was not Prime Minister. And his first statement when he got up to speak in response to Mia was that why should we care if the government is spending the money or printing money? Isn't that what a central bank is supposed to do? Well, that's what the central, we thought, that's what the central bank is for. That is what they're supposed to do. But if you understand what a central bank is for, it is not supposed to be printing money like that. There's a problem when there's too much local currency in circulation. But they were printing money to be able to do certain things and borrowing money to be able to pay salaries and so on. I'm saying to you, Barbados, and I'm saying to the people of St. Michael South Central, we have not heard a single economic policy from the Democratic Labour Party that makes sense. But I will say that the reverse is true, that the policies of the Democratic Labour Party that they have articulated will ruin this country. They make no sense at all. And on top of that, even though we've proven time and time again that we are more able to handle this economy than any other government, the Democratic Labour Party wants you to believe that the things in our manifesto cannot be done. I reminded my people last night that it's the same Democratic Labour Party that said we could not raise salaries when we came into office. It was the same Democratic Labour Party that said we could not take children back to school for free at university. And we did it. So they are now saying that this government is unable to do the things that we say we're going to do. So that they want you to believe that we will not be able to give your children born into this new republic a chance at a new life. They want you to believe it because they cannot believe that they're capable of it, because they're not. But this Labour Party has shown time and time again what it is capable of at the economic level. And I am a social scientist, but these things matter because it takes cash to care. And let me say to you, ask yourselves, if the DLP was in office when COVID came, where would we be today? If the Dems were in power when COVID came, where would we be today? The idea that we could get $60,000 in vote, 60,000 hampers. The idea that we could get cash over $600. The idea that we could raise welfare. These are things that were able to be done because Marsha Caddle, Ryan Strawn, and Mia Motley led this economy well. So I say to you as I close, I didn't have a lot of time, but I say to you, therefore, that this Barbados Labour Party is by far more able to manage this country than any other government. And you ask me why that matters to me as a social scientist, and I will explain it to you. Because I know that every single social policy has a cost. When we started St. Tomia, the One Family program, where we offered the best of Barbadian living to 1,000 most vulnerable families, it cost. When this government started the Resilience and Reintegration Unit, it cost. And let me tell you a bit about the Resilience Unit. Right now, if there is a fire in Barbados, if there is an incident that requires somebody to get emergency housing, you can now call the ministry. In times past, there was no such agency. That agency will spend time helping you find a place to live, helping you then furnish the place where you live. And it happens in a short space of time. We've had fires in Barbados. We've had fires in the city, South Central, in my constituency, where persons would have been displaced. In fact, I met a lady the other day. She said, "You don't remember me." I said, "Well, I meet so many people, forgive me." She wasn't from my constituency, but she said after the fire, we came to that area and we were able to put them up immediately after the fire, provide them with assistance immediately after the fire, made sure that the house was being rebuilt soon after the fire, so that the trauma associated with being put out like that can be minimized. This administration. You might also hear when Ralph Thorne is speaking in Parliament, because he says it every time he speaks. If I become Prime Minister, which is never going to happen, but if I were Prime Minister of this country, I would put more money to the welfare department. This administration has put more money behind the welfare department than any other administration in the history of this country. In fact, in many cases, we have doubled the resources that the Democratic Labour Party had put toward the welfare department. But Ralph Thorne argues that if he comes into power, he's going to put more money behind the welfare department. And David Esmith argues because this government has spent more money on welfare that something is wrong with the government. So then something must be wrong with Ralph. Because Ralph Thorne suggests that he wants to put more money in welfare, and David Esmith sees that as a problem. There is no line of continuity of thought in the way that the Democratic Labour Party addresses economic issues, in the way that they address social problems, or any of those things. There is a contradiction that lies in the belly of the Democratic Labour Party, and that contradiction will come to haunt you and to haunt your children if they ever get a hold of this country. You heard, I didn't make it up, you heard David Esmith get on a platform and say the worst things about all Barbadians, about all Barbados Labour Party people. We are prostitutes, and I can't remember, he said, you're prostitutes, you're this, you're that. And then in the next verse, Ralph Thorne came and said, this man is my brother. Because that kind of leadership is too scared to hold people accountable. But this Labour Party holds its members accountable. You can ask yourself, what do you want at the end of the day? Do you want a government that is going to give you a lot of sweet talk and a lot of sweet words, and yet take you to the cleaners? Or do you want one that is going to be responsible, tell you the truth, hold your hand through the problems, say there are problems, walk with you through the problems, and make sure that you get out on the other side? Listen, there's not everybody we're going to be able to help. It's not everybody who comes with a problem we're going to be able to help. That's just the truth. It's not everybody we're going to be able to help in the time that they want to be helped. But we will be honest. If we say we're going to try, we're going to try. We're not going to make up promises. We're not going to tell you that the VAT is too high when they raise the VAT. We're not going to tell you that these things are impossible when we know that it is possible for us to do. That is the nature of the Democratic Labour Party. The other point that I want to raise before I leave this stage is in relation to the overall social empowerment agency. When you ask me what I think is perhaps one of the most important legacies of this Barbados Labour Party, it is not even the economic reform, and that's important. When I was called, as the Prime Minister does when she's asking you to join cabinet, when the Prime Minister called me, she said, Kurt, we have been very good at getting the economic policy right. I want you to lead on the social policy. This country has laws that is still archaic. This country has administrative arrangements that are archaic. It has systems that need to be checked. We need to do a better job. And your charge, when you take up the Ministry of People Empowerment, is to do all of these things in the social space. So we had a responsibility, first of all, to change the child protection legislation. We had to change, in fact, we had to put in place elder care legislation. We had to put in place legislation for persons with disabilities because none of that existed. And we had to finish the whole idea of enfranchisement because the Social Empowerment Agency had to mean something to people. You may think, if you're not dealing with a person with a disability, that this is not a big deal. This is a very big deal. You may think, if you're not dealing with an elderly parent, that this is not a big deal. But this is a very big deal. Or if you've had a child that has been abused, you would know that this is a big deal. I recently had a conversation with somebody who was just retelling a story from their past. A story from their past dealing with a parent who took advantage of them physically, sexually. And they have never been able to deal with that trauma. As a result of not being able to deal with that trauma, they then went on to traumatize their own children. Unless we are able to deal with these issues at the core, these things will perpetuate themselves and repeat themselves over time. Our country is charged with a responsibility to look after the most vulnerable, to look after the elderly, and so on and so forth. And so we brought to you a manifesto that I am very proud of. I know Marsha said it the other night, she's very proud of the manifesto. I say to people, it is like a love book. If you read the manifesto, it is like a love book. And the things that are in there, it's not a fictitious book, it is a true story. If you read the manifesto, there are things in there that will make your life a lot better. And you have seen that when we say we're going to do something, we do it. On the other hand, the Democratic Labour Party promises things, Omega. They promise things and they never deliver. So half the things that they have in their manifesto, oops, they haven't yet given you a manifesto. They haven't yet given you a manifesto. So they were going to give you a manifesto and they forgot to give you a manifesto. Apparently they're launching the manifesto, they say, Saturday in St. John, because it is Ralph's manifesto. It's obviously not a manifesto for the country. You look at our manifesto, you look at what we've said on the economy, what we've said on the society, what we said for the fisher folk, what we've said for children. You look at the manifesto. It is a document that says this is our contract with the people of Barbados. These are the things that we will deliver to the people of Barbados. A lot of programs at the community level. And why is that important? Why is it important that we have programs at the community level to help the people? At the end of the day, in my explanation, in my view, all politics should be local. There should never be a time where a person wants to come in and fly into a community. You have to come in on the ground. Work with the people on the ground. Find out what the issues are on the ground. Know your people by name on the ground. Politics is all local. But if it is that at the end of the day you want to fly in to a community and talk about these big things, you don't relate them to the people, you have a problem. So many people in Barbados know that this Barbados Labour Party has already helped them. Many people know that they're thankful for the raise that the government was able to give them. Many people, the people who have welfare, are very thankful for the 40%. And I ask you all to give Mia Motley a round of applause because we've just added 30% more to the most vulnerable when it comes to welfare. These are things that people said could not be done that we are doing, this administration. And they would want to say to you that nothing that has been done made sense, when everything made sense. I say to you, because the Democratic Labour Party was so good at breaking everything, they do not believe that the Barbados Labour Party can fix anything. But yet we've shown time and time again that we have been able to fix the challenges associated with the problems that this country has. And most of the problems that we are facing are problems that the DLP gave us. Most of the issues that this country has are issues that the DLP gave us. And therefore, for them to step aside, wash their hands clean of it, and say it has nothing to do with them is a joke. So I say to you without fear of contradiction that I support Marsha Caddle. I say to you that Marsha Caddle is good for the people of Barbados. There are some young women in my constituency who look up to Marsha Caddle in much the same way that they look up to Mia Motley. Some like to talk about Marsha's hair as a true representation of a beautiful black woman. Some like to talk about the way she conducts herself. In my constituency, Marsha Caddle represents the best of what it is to be born in Barbados. And many people may not know, but like myself, Marsha Caddle was not born into any family with great wealth. Marsha Caddle worked very, very, very hard. In fact, she should tell you all about her days when she used to operate a ZR, but she may not want to be able to do that. But Marsha Caddle has built herself into what she is today. So Marsha Caddle is as real as they come. On the other hand, there are some people who believe that they are entitled to have a constituency. That once they have the constituency, they can earn it and walk away from it, as we saw with Richard Seeley between 2008 and 2018. We took the football tournament and we expanded it, made it better for the people. We are now working together to start a football club for the young people, and that football club offers mentorship and training because we know it matters to the young people. Working together to do netball programs, empowerment programs. Like I say to you, St. Michael South Central, let us continue the work that we have started together on St. Michael South, in St. Michael South Central, and now with Michael coming up from the city. You will have 3 persons in Parliament who care about community work. And the one thing that I think any Parliament should have is a lot of people who care about community work, because if you care about community work, you must care about community people. So let us have Marsha Caddle. Let us have Marsha Caddle not only by saying that she has won, but let us have Marsha Caddle by a very, very big margin. So I don't know who is here from St. Michael South Central, but if you are from St. Michael South Central, I see you. If you are from St. Michael South Central, raise your flags and your hand for Marsha Caddle. Raise your voices for Marsha Caddle. Let the people who are hearing us know that come February 11th, Marsha Caddle is the choice for the people of St. Michael South Central. Let the people know that when it comes to Parliament, we want the kind of representation that Marsha Caddle brings. Let them know that Richard Seeley's time has passed. But because he doesn't know, you're going to remind him on February 11th that the future is here and the future lies with Marsha Caddle. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Michael South Central, good night, God bless, vote Marsha Caddle.
Smart never don't see. As a minister, I do a lot in the country. Work for the jobless, help for the elderly. Brand new facility in the community.
Down another party, crawling. People over politics, Humphrey balling. What you think else you need in the morning? For your Humphrey for the help, nobody caring. I don't know be a whole lot, but enough politician chat.
BLP family, let me hear some noise for Kirk Humphrey from St. Michael South. The next representative for St. Michael South. We'd like to ask GA 3011 and GA 4079. Please move your vehicles. That is GA 3011 and GA 4079. Please move your vehicles. Thank you so much. I want you to think about everything that you have heard on this platform tonight. This is a political party that has taken its time to understand people. This is a political party that understands that everything that we do must be grounded in Barbadians and building the best life for Barbadians. This is a political party built on a legacy of successive leaders, creating a better life for Barbadians, making sure that every Barbadian is able to thrive. A political party and a government that is intent on building the best Barbados people to work, do business, live, raise a family, and have fun. And what you have in Marsha Caddle is a representative who understands that at the center of development must be people. And so she made sure to advocate on the behalf of the people for St. Michael South Central for exactly that. And one of the things that I will say continuously is that Marsha will always speak truth to power, even if she is the only one who is doing it on the behalf of her constituents, because she understands the importance of speaking honestly and truthfully about what development must look like for working class and average Barbadians. I want to bring to you a man who has years of experience and who has worked tirelessly to ensure that the Barbados Labour Party and the people of St. George South are in good hands, and that they are in safe hands, but that they have a level of representation that is incomparable to most and second to none. I want to bring to you Dwight Sutherland, comrades.
Is 100% creation. That's right. Look. Dwight. Dwight,
no drum. We from the community, for the community, working with everyone. Yes, we working with the old, we working with the young. So anytime you see Dwight coming down.
Good night to my good people in Carrington Village and surrounding district. Good night to those who are online viewing. But most importantly, good night to my Labour Party family. You know, I'm here tonight once again to support the candidacy of my friend and colleague, Marsha Caddle. And I am one of the few persons who knew this beautiful young lady for over 20 years. And I met her in secondary school. I was her chemistry teacher. And this brilliant, exciting, and intellectually curious child, I never thought for once that we will intersect paths again to serve the people of this country and to represent this wonderful party, the Labour Party. And I begin here because this party has a reputation of attracting talent. And it is me and more Mortley who saw it fit to recruit Marsha Caddle and to rescue the people of St. Michael South Central. And Marsha Caddle has been a voice of conscience. I sat in a cabinet with Marsha, and you know Marsha. Marsha, she think all policies, I believe so too, all policies should represent the people. And Marsha was always a voice of conscience who would challenge things. And indeed, we need people like Marsha Caddle in a government. Because when you have people like Marsha Caddle in a government, you know that the people of St. Michael, South Central, and the people of Barbados will get their fair share of representation. But Marsha is a globally recognized economist. And even though Marsha and I share a lot in common, and I will speak to that shortly, I'm not as beautiful or as pretty as her. But we are from the community and for the community. And while she went to work as a global economist, I journeyed to St. Augustine and I became an engineer. And I work in a large industry as chief operations officer. But you know what? I am categorized as a grassroots politician by some. But when I look at Marsha Caddle, I see myself. Because everything Marsha does, she caters to the people in the community. That is her mantra. And for me, you know I am grounded in St. George. And why I say we are alike, because I see the fire coming from Marsha's belly for the people of St. Michael South Central. I see that fire. I mentioned before she's a voice of conscience. Every time I pass Tweedside Road, if I go to buy a little pork chop, and I go stop with that to Marsha see the little weight that I put on. That office is open. Marsha is always in that office doing something for the people of St. Michael South Central. And I say to you, this is why we came to public life. We came to public life to represent people. We came to public life to look after the interests of our communities. And we came to public life to serve. So when I say Marsha look like me and I look like her, we're from the community and we're for the community. So all of our policies are rooted in St. George. And Marsha is grounded and she has the fire in her belly for you, the people of St. Michael South Central. Now, Marsha has been at the core of this country's economic policies. Marsha was there. I didn't hear Kurt's speech, but I know he knows her better than I do. He thinks so. He's laughing. But I know Marsha did work on restructuring this country's national debt. Marsha ran and our prime minister, the best prime minister in the Caribbean, and some say in the world. We can argue that. She's probably one of the best in the world. They're sat, and they did it so easily. They crafted the economic policies. They restructured the debt. Coming from 24 successive downgrades to 11 upgrades. Coming from there, Marsha had 18 successive quarters of growth. We took our national debt, Marsha and team, from 178% down to double digits. It's now in the 90s. Marsha was integral in the BERT program. Kevin Greenidge, Marsha Caddle, Ryan Strom, led by the Prime Minister. Those are the persons that came up with the BERT program, Barbados Economic and Recovery Transformational Plan. So when you see Marsha Caddle stepping in her elegance, a beautiful lady walking through this community, there's more to the eyes than what you're seeing. There's love in her heart for the people of St. Michael South Central. And I say to you, a vote for Marsha Caddle is indeed a vote for good governance. Now, this election is not to be fought on how many roads we have done. This election is to be fought on leadership. Sorry, I jump out the car and I have the key. This election is to be fought on leadership. The Democratic Labour Party is an unstable party. You have to weigh in the balance between good leadership and chaotic leadership. You have to weigh in the balance someone who's proven and who has had several ministries and who's running the country as a prime minister for the third time to one who has never had a ministry. You have to weigh in the balance your future when you look internationally at the geopolitical issues and the challenges in the world. You see what has happened to Venezuela. You know our prime minister can pick up a phone and call anybody in the world. And I was lying next to a lady when a call came, and I asked her, a beautiful lady right there, my wife, and she was told to contact somebody for the prime minister. And in Tutu's, that person who's well known across the world called the prime minister in 2 minutes. And indeed, that's how we find solutions. The prime minister has championed the climate crisis. You think Ralph Dawn can champion anything other than chaos, other than destroying the party? Our party is unity, unified as we come into this election and after. And that is what we need, a unified party to make sure that when we have policies, that every one of us singing on the same page, singing from the same hymn sheet as we call it. And that is what this election is about. It is not about how many rows we have done, because when you have a country that is growing, we have the lowest unemployment in the history of politics in this country, 6.1%. Owen Arthur brought it down to 6.6. We have brought it down to 6.1. We have growth, successive growth, 18 months of growth in this country coming from, I hate to use the word, a lost decade, but indeed coming from chaos. I remember when supermarkets could not get foreign exchange to buy anything in this country. Supermarket owner sat down with me and said to me, boy, I'm struggling. When I came to public life as a minister in 2018, the Prime Minister asked me to take up that ministry of small business and commerce. And I had the opportunity to open the Trust Fund Limited and offer trust loans to people without any security. We took a chance in them that they will pay. And today, we have injected some $27.9 million in trust loans to 5,703 individuals across the length and breadth of this country. And in St. George South, we have impacted 240 businesses. Guess how much we have impacted in St. Michael South Central? 160 businesses to a tune of $786,000. Give Marsha Caddle a clap for that. Because Marsha Caddle has been moving around St. Michael South Central, and Marsha made me miserable day after day in cabinet because she wanted everything for the people of St. Michael South Central. He's got to tell Marsha, take it easy, you know. Marsha goes for the kill for people of St. Michael South Central. Sometimes you see her coming here, you got to turn and run the other way. Because you know Marsha coming for the people of St. Michael South Central. And I'm happy to know that we have impacted 160 businesses in this community. But that 160 businesses, when you look at the turnover, that is millions of dollars within St. Michael South Central with the small businesses. This government as well, we took the opportunity. You know, years ago, these small shops, I hate to use the word rum shops, but these shops that sell liquor, rum shops, had to go to the magistrate's court and line up to get a liquor license. You remember those days? And some days the court's closed and you gotta go back. We digitized that, and Marsha was part of that project. When we digitized the liquor license regime, we restructured it, and to make sure that we get a liquor license for these shops within 2 days. Marsha has also been our cybersecurity champion. She has made cybersecurity more robust in this country. You remember when we were attacked, the government systems were attacked? Marsha strengthened the cybersecurity systems in this country. And I will read one or two things that I know, because if you want to talk about roads, Marsha did roads in this community, a lot of roads. If you want to talk about sports, Marsha is probably one of the few MPs, including me as well, Marsha. We focus on sports, junior sports in Valerie. Marsha fixed up the Valerie Resource Center, Gully Hill, and there's one in Quakers Road in Carrington Village. That's the Ashton Arthur one. Ashton Arthur. Marsha focuses on sports in this community. You know why? Everybody can be doctors and lawyers. Who make the most money in the world? Sportsmen. So we giving St. Michael South Central, like I am giving St. George, our young people the opportunity to be good sportsmen and quality sportsmen. I will list some of the roles Marsha did in this community. Between 2018 and 2022, Marsha did 6 roads. Flagstaff Road, Column Rock, Tweedside Road, Carrington Village, Bearcroft Road, Carrington Village, St. Hill Road, Carrington Village, Quakers Road, Carrington Village, Villa Road, Britain's Hill. In 2025, Lanes Road, Britain's Hill, Hunts Road, Carrington Village, Pine Plantation Limited Road, Lower Road. These are some of the things that Marsha have done. Marsha was not sitting down. Marsha's report card is a wonderful report card, and I have it here. You should read it. It's an excellent report card. And when I looked at it, I could not believe, Marsha, that you have done so much work in St. Michael South Central. Now, pray tell me why you should look at any other candidate. I didn't even know who running against Marsha, because I only know Marsha. I know who ran before. And I hope that they haven't brought back that person, because that is political dead weight. Dead weight. But that's in all Marsha did. When you look at Tweedside Road Market, Marsha has a monthly market there, Tweedside Road, where businesses come. Marsha just secured that playing field with the help of private partnership for Weymouth Wales. Marsha has the best football club, and I'm jealous because they're always beating Ellison Football Club, the best football club in Barbados. It's from St. Michael South Central. And if I tell you so, it's so. If I tell you so, it's so. Because Ellison FC is the only team that has beat them sometimes. But they win the championship. And Marsha spends a lot of time with these footballers. I am so impressed. I went to Valerie one morning. She didn't see me. I was working in the Ministry of Housing, and I was in Valerie in the housing unit, who I could see with the young people up there and the BFA. I didn't let her see me because I didn't want to steal her thunder. Marsha Caddle, that's when you launch that football hub with the BFA. And you want to tell me that this community going to look to an alternative? This election is about a team for the times. And that lady, Marsha Caddle, she's not only an intellectual, but Marsha believes in people. And Marsha works in our community. Every day I can see Marsha Caddle in our community moving here, there, and everywhere. The restart of Carrington Village boxing. You know, Marsha, when I was Minister of Sport, I sought to bring back boxing. But I'm so happy. I think you have it at Gully Hill. Marsha has revived boxing in this community at Gully Hill. And that is an outlet for young people. You know, they have some young people with a lot of energy. But you have to channel that energy somewhere useful. And boxing is a way where these young men that have challenges with anger management, they can box, and you will believe it, you may not believe it. It is a way to indeed help solve some of the challenges among our young people. And I want to thank her for indeed bringing back boxing. When I was Minister of Sport, I sought to bring it back in a way, but Marsha has it now active in her community. Now, Carrington Village is no strange place to me. Those of you who follow Weymouth Wales would know Tennyson Gus Sandiford. Right? Somebody raised their hand. And I follow Weymouth Wales over the years. Marsha knows him well. I told her he's my second cousin. My grandmother and his grandfather and his father are brothers and sisters. Very close to me, one of the best footballers I've seen. This community produced some of the best footballers in Barbados. And you know why? They started from young. So that is why, Marsha, I know you have started with these young people to make sure you get some more Eric Allens and Daisy Clark and Gus Sandifords in this community to keep Weymouth Wales as a beacon of a team in this country. And regionally, because they play in CONCACAF, and they have done exceptionally well. That and all Marsha has done. She works with the schools. She has a breakfast program just like me. But I must give you a little joke about a lady who's running against me. She up in St. Michael's Southeast, on the other side of Dash Valley, asking people to vote for her. This lady met her and said, yes, I will vote for you in the Pine come February the 11th. She don't even know her borders. But she's now claiming a breakfast program she wants to start. Marsha and I started breakfast programs long time ago. These are some of the things. Marsha has been working with the schools. Marsha has been doing lessons, and she utilizes her office as a resource center and not just a constituency office. There's a height of activity at that community center, at her constituency office. And the reason why she has fixed up most of these pavilions and resource centers so that we can utilize and partner with Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, because everybody can't get into the vocational training board, but through the national training initiatives, we can utilize those facilities that were fixed up in St. Michael South Central. That is the reason why she has done it. And that is a policy for this government. She works with the elderly as well. And that is why in this manifesto, you will see that this government is focusing on the elderly, among other things. So the $1,500 yearly grant for the elderly is in here. And the active aging that Marsha has created in St. Michael South Central is in this manifesto. And I have started one in St. George South because we have to cater to the elderly people. They are living longer. And I give you the story about my dad. You would have seen old man Luther Sutherland running around behind me. And Louis tell, I'm so sorry that I didn't come before because I didn't get much of him. But he's suffering from dementia. And I'm not ashamed to tell you we have early signs of dementia. And when you have active aging groups like that, Alzheimer's and dementia, persons younger than him are catching it, they're coming down with it. But those active aging where people come out and do craft, they do cake baking, they listen to lectures, they partner with NGOs, that slow the process. Not even medication can cure it. But when you have them active, and that is why St. Michael South Central and St. George South, that's why I say she like me and I like her. We are from the community and for the community. But I want to end tonight where I started, because I think I have one more minute. This election is not about fixing a road. You heard Marsha fix 10. I have some in St. George that fix, and the program will continue once we continue to see growth. Once we have the fiscal space to do projects, we will see 390 million going to the QEH for a new QEH just now. Former chairman here, former deputy chairman there as well. These are the policies, but if you vote for an unstable party to rule this country, we will push ourselves back some 20 years. Forward ever, backward never. We have to stay the course with Mayor Motley. Mayor Motley is the leader for the times that we're in. The geopolitical issues that we face in the Western world are by no means easy to navigate. And we need people like Marsha Caddle, a global economist, in our team to assist Mayor Motley to deal with the climate crisis and to address these geopolitical issues. So when you go on February the 11th, what you get here in the counting station in St. Michael, South Central, what you get here? Marsha Caddle, Caddle, Caddle. And when we go to St. George South, what we get here? Dwight, Dwight, Dwight. The team for the times is here. Don't make no mistake with your vote. Don't stay home like the Democrats in the US and say they're going to win, and then they end up with somebody, you know the name, and calling the name, that is creating mayhem globally. We need to stay the course and continue on a growth path. This country is doing well. We can do better, but you have to give us the opportunity. Give us Marsha, so Marsha can stay as part of the economic team and continue to do the good work that we have started. Good night and God bless you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We rolling along. LP, stop. Before they go, BLP is what the people like. Before they go, rather Hindi day or Hindi night. Before they go, St. George South, we keeping it high. Before they go, when it comes to voting, it's BLP, right. When one step out, it's the big show.
Labour Party family, you heard it from Mr. Dwight Sutherland from St. George South. Labour Party family, we are red and we are what? We are red and we are what? Ladies and gentlemen, friends, comrades, it brings me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. And I want to say to some people tonight, don't cut me off, because I was cut off in Buenos Hill, but I at home now, so don't cut me off, because I have a lot to say about my MP, Marsha Caddle. I met Marsha Caddle about 7-8 years ago now, and since then, we formed a relationship. And you can tell that she is a woman who has the interests of this constituency at heart. When she assumed office in 2018, she restored what became a hopeless St. Michael South Central. We had community centers like Gully Hill and Valerie that were ran to ruins, and the representative at that time did absolutely nothing. This is a woman that every Wednesday you can go into her office and you can see her. This is a woman whose national record stands tall, who saved the economy with the BERT program, who saved the NIS with her economic prowess. This is a woman whose record stands tall. So that on February 11th, there's no question about the other candidate. We're not thinking about whatever his name is. We are voting the Barbados Labour Party. We are voting Marsha Caddle. We are voting Mayor Motley. Because this is not a party that would get on social media and post pictures of the big toe because the birth the big toe when they're canvassing and they're looking for sympathy. This is not a Barbados Labour Party that rather than focus on the real issues, they go and sit down in a barber chair and say, look at me, look at my hairline, yeah, it's spray on. This is not a Labour Party that deflects from the real issues. And on February 11th, I remind you that we will not dance with the devil, but that we will return the mandate to Marsha Caddle and the Barbados Labour Party. So without further ado, I bring to you a woman who is so near and dear to my heart. I bring to you Miss Marsha Caddle.
BLP, introducing a lady for the people, woman of the people, our representative, Marsha Caddle. Anyway, Marsha step head army going step, so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wrecked that it is, we don't take car. Anyway, me step Marsha Caddle going step, car BLP stepping with a brave heart. Me and more man, if we're showing our corner, Tell the D's we not take talk. This lady so quiet, intelligent, hardworking. Marsha says she can't stop helping. She don't do the finna money in her face. South Central, any problems just call her. Marsha support the old and the young, yeah, working as a team. South Central and you know what me mean. And nothing is greater than Marsha. See all I wanna accomplish then dream. We go where BLP go, they don't lie. BLP's riding for you and for I. We go where BLP go, they don't lie. Don't ask me how I know. Marsha Caddle, BLP, come on. Anyway, Marsha step, hell me going step, so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wet to the D's, we not take car. Anyway, me step, Marsha Caddle going step, car BLP stepping with a brave heart. Me and more man, if we're showing how we corner. Tell the D's we not take car. DRP man, listen good man, we're rich or silly, whatever DRP were. Them people silly. Watch your time, man. Be voting for Marsha election day.
That's my daddy. Now walk up here with me. Give him a round of applause. Good night, good night, good night. St. Michael South Central. I got the best team or I got the best team? I got the best team or I got the best team? It is a wonderful night tonight. It is an amazing thing to be here in Tweedside Road, in Carrington Village, in St. Michael South Central. You know, last night we had a spot meeting in Bannisterland. And we heard from, on the platform, from one of our young constituents, Amber. She heard her name and she turned around. And Amber reminded me and reminded all of us that when she met me when I was a candidate in 2017, 2018, she was 13 years old. And I immediately felt ancient. But I took from that, it dawned on me that in fact, many of the people that I am coming to know now or that are coming to know me now are seeing me and meeting me as a politician. And in some cases, people think there's a politician with a capital P. I always say that in our political systems, people tend to think that politicians born big. That you're just born in a jacket with a microphone in front of you, and that you don't have any history and that you didn't grow up and come from somewhere, but we all did. And so it occurs to me tonight that I should probably say a little bit about me to the people who 8-10 years ago were 13 and 14 years old and were not engaging with political conversations. You saw my father walk up here with me tonight, and I was very proud. It was an unexpected moment because we didn't plan for that to happen, but I was very proud to have him with me. At some of these meetings, my mother is with me as well. My father is an electrician, and I say is because he's supposed to be retired, but he won't stop home. And so I have to keep calling around every now and then to make sure he's safe. My father was an electrician growing up. My mother started out as a seamstress, then she became a nursing assistant, and then a child care attendant with the child care board. And I say those things because I think it's important to understand sometimes what brings people to political service. And I always call it service and not office. Because this work is not about office, and it's not about ego, and it's not about the trappings of political work. It is about the work. And so I grew up in Sinclair Road in Haggett Hall, and I went to Belmont Primary. And I always feel proud to say that there's a young man from Chase Gap who, when he was getting ready to go to school, his mother was getting ready to send him to one school, and he had met me during the campaign just before 2018, and he said, no. Marsha Caddle went to Belmont, I won't go to Belmont. And so some of these things really matter in terms of how people see you and what they aspire to. But I went to Belmont Primary, and, you know, I believe that my experience with my friends and the families in Licorice Village and the Ivy and up by me in Haggett Hall and Dash Valley and the Pine, where I used to dance with Pinelands. I think it is that experience that showed me a lot. And I'll tell you why. When I went to Belmont, I was living in an area where lots of people were having what we would call difficulties of working class life. People growing up in very, very modest and very humble beginnings. And my family worked so hard to raise these 3 girls, and we all worked hard as we could to get every opportunity that we could. And, you know, I always tell people about the way that we grew up, and I remember sticking a hose through a little beam in the yard to be able to let the water come down to take a shower in the morning, to take a bath when I get home from school. And I remember my parents being able to get to the point where they were able to put on a wall back on the house. And that was a moment that we would never forget. But when I left Belmont and I moved on through school, and some of my friends from secondary school are here tonight, when I moved on through school, I feel like I had the sense, I had the feeling that some of those families were also on the same path as me, that it was difficult for them, but that they were also, even though it was a struggle, they were also coming through to another side. It took some years for me to realize that, in fact, that was not happening in many cases. And in many cases, some of the people that I loved from primary school and from all of the dance classes that I did and all the other things we did in the community, that they were still struggling. And their children were still struggling. And it said to me that we had to do something about these questions of intergenerational wealth and well-being. I didn't go to study economics because I wanted a fancy job at the central bank. I chose to study economics because I wanted to find a way to stop poor people from being poor in this country. That is why I did it. I figured, follow the money and let me get some of that for the poor people in this country and in the Caribbean. And so I wanted to say a little bit about me, because I feel that sometimes we lose the purpose in all of this. Dwight came up here and he talked about the fact that, and Kirk did the same thing, and he talked about the fact that there's some people running against us on the other side who are just doing this because they feel that they're entitled to prestige. That's not what this work is about. That's why my slogan is care, commitment, courage, and for this campaign it is dare and deliver. Because we have to deliver for people in this country and never to lose sight of that. That's why Kirk's slogan is people over politics. And that's why we do the work that we do every day. But there was something that Amber said last night in her remarks that also reminded me of my own relationship with leadership in this Barbados Labour Party. And Amber spoke last night, and I'm going to post it soon, so if you don't follow me on IG, follow me now so you can hear what she said. But Amber talked last night about how she sees me as a woman in service, in political service in this community, and what it means for her. And it got me thinking, too, about the way I see the Prime Minister who encouraged me to get involved in this political service 10 years ago. You know, sometimes I don't think that we appreciate the level of grace and dignity with which the Prime Minister carries herself in this country, you know. I mean, we see it. We are impressed by the way she speaks. We are moved by her heart for people, and all of those things are true. But I will tell you that just like Amber draws sometimes from some inspiration from me, and Amber, I draw it from you too. Let's be clear. This doesn't only go in one direction, because I take my inspiration from young people every day. But just like Amber talked to me about how she draws inspiration from me, one of the reasons that I came to political service as well is that I knew, as Lorette was saying, I could get that done. I knew that I could get it done, and that I could develop and could have a thick skin and a broad back because I watched Mia Motley. And one of the things that people don't realize about politics or how political thinking developed in this country in the early 2000s and around that time is that there were people like me who were watching Mia Motley from a distance. And we were watching the extent to which, in some ways, she was really under siege in a lot of regards. And I'm not going to go into all the ways and the Y24s and how that played out. But it was an inspiration for me to the extent that she completely kept her grace and her dignity and continues so to do, even while others would have sought to malign her. And you know, I think that for me and for others, that's one of the things that drew us to this work. Because it said to me that if she could experience that and stay focused and stay the course and determine that there was no level of attack that would stop her from fighting on behalf of the people of St. Michael Northeast and the people of Barbados, that I could do that too on behalf of the people of St. Michael South Central. That there was nothing that they could try or say or bring that would deter me. And I learned that from Mia Motley. I want us to understand who we have in leadership in this country. And even with us in the party and with us in the cabinet, you know, there were times when I stepped back a couple times from work in the ministry, and there were times that, as happens, that newspapers were calling and people were calling to get a story. And I said to them, there's no story. The story that there is the story that I gave you. And the Prime Minister similarly said, there's no story. Marsha will continue to work in the ways that we feel that she wants to be able to work. And I have done that. And you heard up here tonight some of the others talk about the work that we since did, not just when I was Minister for Economic Affairs and Investment or when I was Minister for Industry and Technology, but also after I stepped back from ministry work temporarily to be able to go on to do work helping to restructure the pensions and restructure the NAS so that Barbadians could continue for 30 more years and 50 more years and 100 more years to be able to look forward to their pensions in this country. Because if we had not taken that step, then I guarantee you, as I am standing here, that shortly thereafter there would have been no NIS to be able to depend on. And the Democratic Labour Party would like you to believe that it was the debt restructuring that decimated the NIS. But it was absolutely not. You heard on this platform tonight, Humphrey talk about the central bank printing money, and all that means is that they continued to borrow from the NIS. And if they had not done that, there would be no NIS to fix or to make good in a debt restructuring. And so I say these things not because I am focused on the past, but because I want us to understand what is at risk, what we stand to lose if a Democratic Labour Party government takes over again. But through all of those things and all of the changing ways in which all of us sometimes lend our service to this country, the Prime Minister always remains dignified and a temperate and patient leader. And I thank her from this platform for that patience and that relationship and the way in which she always will put this country first. Because, my friends, mature governance is about making use of all of the skills and the talent that are at this country's disposal. All of the skills, whenever they appear and from wherever they come, once we determine that people have something to offer to this country. That is the reason you heard Tyra Trotman up here tonight, and she jumped me. Because I will tell you that politically she is maturing very quickly before my eyes. And I have to say that I expect more good things from Tyra, who is on my border in the Bridge Road. But it is the reason that Tyra Trotman is here. The fact that this is a political party that embraces people. It is the reason that the man who will speak after me, Michael, is here. And I address these things tonight because Kirk and Dwight both talked tonight about how sometimes painfully honest I am. And I am honest because I don't like whispers and innuendo. So let us talk some things tonight. I don't take back or retract or now disbelieve anything that I have ever said since 2016 about the Democratic Labour Party's abysmal stewardship of this country up to 2018. I do not wish to retract any of it. I came as an onlooker before I joined the then leader of the opposition's economic team to help us get ready to rescue this country. And everything that I observed and everything that my research told me said to me that the Freundel-Stewart administration and all of the policies that they were inflicting on the country were terrible management. And I still believe that to be true. And I had to state that to you tonight, because in fact, as you heard from the others that spoke before me, it was Ryan Strachan and I, along with the Prime Minister, who had to contend with all of the mess that we came and found. The Constitution River Reconstruction Project in Halls Road, where you pass and you see that small boats can berth, and you see that there's all this activity and the place has been maintained, and the rats and all the other vermin that were down there confusing the people in Halls Road, all of that was removed once I came to service in 2018. But let me tell you something about that project. What happened there when I came as Minister for Economic Affairs and Investment is that we found that there were all of these projects that the Democratic Labour Party government could not find the counterpart financing. They couldn't find the little bit of money. So if the people say, I can put 95% and you put 5%, they can find the 5%. They had so mismanaged the country's finances. And when we came, I had a portfolio of development projects that were either stalled, about to be canceled, that people were writing and calling. And the thing about it is that there is one government. Government is continuous. So when the people call looking for the things, I was the one answering the phone. And so will always remember the mess that we found. And we had to find the money in circumstances where that project to rebuild Constitution River was about to be canceled. We had to find the money to be able to get that project started, and it stands there complete today because this Barbados Labour Party administration was able to find the money to rescue that project. When we see things happen, we have to understand why they happen. And so I don't take back any of those things that I said about the collective stewardship of the Democratic Labour Party during that time. But equally, I represent communities who stand to benefit from the investment that we should make or will make, and you see it in the manifesto, in increased access to justice for the communities in and around St. Michael, South Central. I was at a spot meeting in the Marl Hole, I don't even remember which night now because all the nights starting to fade into one. Night before? And while there, and Michael came to speak on that platform, while there we were able to announce a new project called Project Reset. And I want one to hear me good. Project Reset is a project that is about real access to justice in our communities. And let me tell you what I mean. Project Reset, when we launch it in a few weeks, is for children between the ages of 9 and 17 years old who are flagged in the school system or in service clubs that they attend, who are being habitually suspended from school, or who appear before the court for some minor non-firearm related offense. And what we do with those children from this community and from the city of Bridgetown is that we bring them into a program of mentorship, of access to sporting activities, and also of access to justice, because guess what? There are a lot of working class families, parents, who have some of these challenges with children and do not understand how to navigate the court system, do not know where to turn, but further to that, do not know how to get the children the help that they need in structured activity so that they're doing something other than walking the streets and getting into mischief that will land them before the law courts. But Project Reset will do something else. It will also target young people who have had a first offense, who may have been inside on remand or serving time, who need a chance to reset their lives, and who need access to training, access to job opportunities, access to entrepreneurship. I have been able to work with some of those people in this community. And some of those people have been able to access another entrepreneurship program of government called Project Dawn to be able to start businesses, get access to equipment, hire their friends and their family and their neighbors and other guys who had been doing foolishness with them before, but now they're on a different path. And I say all that to say that because of this kind of work and because of the need for this kind of work, it is no surprise or it is no strange thing for me to be able to partner with Michael Lashley on this work. Because in that context, in the context of all of his work on peace and justice in working class communities, he and that work are not strangers to me. And that is what I mean when I say that this is a Barbados Labour Party that once you are willing to work, and once you have something to contribute, and once we can tell that actually you are dedicating some time and some effort to helping poor people in working class communities, then there is a space for you. But what is interesting to me is that people like Tyra and like Michael also made another kind of choice. Yes, they made a choice in coming to work with a progressive Labour Party, a progressive and purposeful movement for people. But that also means that they have at the same time rejected the Democratic Labour Party and its leadership. And that is an important decision. Because what they have determined is that in order to make a meaningful contribution to this country, in order to participate in the stewardship of this country, they cannot align with the chaos and the dysfunction of a Democratic Labour Party. And so they made the choice, yes, to come to us, but importantly, they also made the choice to step away from a completely chaotic Democratic Labour Party. But the person running against me on that side has made another choice. And that choice is to line up behind the leadership of Ralph Thorne. And I want y'all to think about that. So he, despite 3 terms as an MP, and being able to only command 19 votes on his own DLP run for leadership, because he couldn't fill the imagination of the people that he would want to lead in the Democratic Labour Party and only managed in an internal election to amass 19 votes. So having been rejected by his own party in that regard, he chooses now to throw his lot in with the likes of Ralph Thorne. Now, you all know me. You all know me, right? I don't really talk about people. I don't really talk about people on a platform or anywhere else. But what a man without a sense of shame is Ralph Thorne. And I say that only because anybody who would look at the chaos and the ego of his leadership and decide that this is the place for them to be does not have your interests at heart. I am not going to get into the full story about Ralph. I told it at some length in the Ivy a few days ago. But I had occasion to be able to say to Ralph Thorne, maybe back in 2018, that his characterization of poor people who may lime on blocks or who may be out in the road living their lives, his characterization of those men as having this ego and who do they think they are. And I had to say to him, they think that they are as much man as you. They think that they're the same man as you and they got the same ego as you, so only you is to have ego. And I said that to him to get him to understand that when we see the humanity in others who may have some of the same faults that we have, that's when we get to access people to be able to serve them. Because we don't serve people from up here. You can't serve from up here. You have to serve from alongside. And I had to be able to share my own feelings about that unfortunate characterization that I thought that he was making of people like me and the communities that I come from. And he stopped speaking to me for 2 years. No problem. That's all right. I got a lot of friends, so that's okay. But further to that, one day, and I hope that Dwight is still here. I don't know if he is. But he knows this story well. Because one day we had to take a photo as a parliamentary party. And in the photo, the color that I had on was clashing with the color that Sandra had on. And the people said, oh, well, in order to make this photo work, Ralph, you go and stand up next to Marsha. And Dwight was in between us, so Dwight was getting ready to move and locate himself elsewhere. And you know, the man stand up there and cross his arms and look in the other direction. I am not moving. I am not moving. Even my 11-year-old niece does not pull those kinds of tantrums. And it showed me the same way that he was eating his food when the Prime Minister came to talk to him about education reform. It showed me that this kind of ego and pettiness is not something that we want to have as leadership in our country. And I want you to put that next to the story that I told you about Mia Motley at the beginning. Put that next to the image of a woman who has taken on so much and endured so much and continues to show up every day for the people of this country. So now, having associated with Ralph, because anyone who showed real leadership potential or who showed any popular appeal in the Democratic Labour Party was either locked out by Ralph or discarded by Ralph. And so the man running against me, who is now one of the left backs, because guaranteed that if Ralph thought that he was any kind of threat or leadership potential, he would have been locked out too, you know. The fact that he was allowed to stay is telling you something. The fact that he is allowed to stay is telling you that Ralph didn't really think that he's anything much to sneeze at. Look at the history. And now, having aligned himself with that chaotic leadership, he pops up again after 4 years. So what does the song say? To lure outside your window and outside your door. Like the outside man in the song. Because that's an outside man in the song. The man outside your window and outside your door. And so, I want y'all on February 11th to leave him right there outside your window, outside your door, trying to get in, and let him know that he is not getting in here because this country has somewhere to go and this constituency has somewhere to go, and he is not material to the success of this St. Michael South Central. Let him know. Because I hear him on these platforms now, the unmitigated gall of the man, and Kirk talked about it up here tonight. I hear him on these platforms now still defending the foolishness of the Democratic Labour Party today in 2026. Can you imagine? Talking the other night in a meeting about how and chest up in the air talking about how he was associated with Sam Lords, and he was associated with sandals, and how investors who want to invest in this country must come and sit down and talk with government and make a deal on concessions. I want y'all to hear me tonight. The world does not owe Barbados a living. I want y'all to look around and see what is happening in the world. And the fact that companies can go anywhere. And the notion that all we need to do is sit down and wait, and if an investor won't come here and finds it attractive, then they will just pop up here when they could go to any place else, Bermuda, Bahamas, St. Lucia, Jamaica. They could go anywhere. And this kind of sitting back and waiting approach to governance and to economic management as if the world owes us a living. He wants investors to come. He wants to use the old model. And he was talking about the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund. I hear him. Well, when I was minister, the government didn't need any special fund. We had the consolidated fund. The consolidated fund that they lick out. The reserves that they left us with 4 weeks. And we had a debt payment coming up in a minute that would have carried away 2 weeks. I will tell you, and if Ryan Strong were here tonight, he would tell you that we were sweating bullets. Because we knew that after we left the swearing in, I went left to try and deal with the foreign reserves, and Ryan went right to try and deal with the debt. We had to do it at once. Because we had a payment coming up that would have licked out everything that they had left for the people of this country. But he's coming to you now, acting as if the old way that we did things can work in 2026 when it didn't even work in 2018. And he is comparing an Economic Diversification and Growth Fund Bill Act to the concessions that they gave away to sandals. The things that they were able to lose the benefit of. I want to say something about this business of tax concessions. When I was Minister for Economic Affairs and Investment, we did something called a tax expenditure analysis. And all that is just a fancy way to say that we counted up all of the money and concessions that we were losing because of the old approach to concessions. And that Democratic Labour Party government had a way of going into a room. That's why he wants people to come and sit down with him to talk about concessions. They had a habit of going in a room and having a sweet deal with somebody. And then, yes, the order is laid in Parliament. But guess what? That order that's laid in Parliament does not contain all the details of what they agreed to. And so he's coming back on a platform today to talk about these old approaches. The old approaches are not going to work anymore. These are times that call for financial ingenuity. And we were able to do all of that. He's talking about how these concessions, when these companies come, they're going to do this and do that. We were the ones, and I was Minister of Planning at the time, we were the ones that were able to introduce planning gains so that when a big hotel was coming, that they would have to do what? In one example on the West Coast, we set up a fund so that they contribute to sewage, they contribute to the maintenance of the road system, and they contribute to all these other things. We did the same thing in town. They even contributed to things like lights and playing fields and maintaining playing fields for the community, because these are the new ways that you have to manage large companies that are coming to benefit from the patrimony of your country. But he's saying that in this new global financial environment, that those old things that would never work now, that he would bring back if he were to come back to government. I want you to know that when we did that tax expenditure analysis, when we counted how much money we were losing, it was over $850 million a year in tax concessions that we were giving away. $850 million a year in money that the people of Barbados are not benefiting from. And I'm not saying that some of that was not important, but let's compare it to the $75 million a year in the Economic Diversification Bill. The fact is that the OECD and institutions like this keep changing the rules. I don't know about you, but I have no confidence in Ralph Thorne or Richard Seeley or the other left backs that he is tolerating until he doesn't need them anymore to run a country or an economy in 2026. Do you? Do you? And I am not saying I am somebody, you heard it up here tonight. I don't talk out two sides of my mouth. I am not saying that those who raise questions about that legislation were incorrect to raise questions. You heard the Prime Minister say that we are a Barbados Labour Party with nothing to hide and with everything to show. And we are also, we have said, we are also not a perfect government. And I myself had conversations with the Minister in Finance and with the Prime Minister about ways that we could strengthen what was already good legislation. But the things that they were able to do in 2008 to 2018 and get away with it, the world is not going to tolerate that anymore. But what is amazing to me is that a man could have no regret, no perspective on the things that he wrought on this country, but come back to you after 4 years of nothing and say, I am still here for you. Do you feel like he has been here for you? I can tell you that in this constituency, and you heard about it up here tonight, in this constituency, we have had to do many things to be able to reconstruct a community feeling and a constituency in which people could feel proud. And Dwight talked about roads. He talked about the roads that were done. But it is not lost on me, and you will always hear me from any platform, not just talk about the things that we have been able to do. And I want you, when you get a chance, to have a look at the short pamphlet that we've put together. Because I don't just believe in talking. We can show the evidence of what we've done. Dwight talks about some of the roads. But we happen to be standing tonight, and I know the people in Fairfield Road can hear me. We happen to be standing tonight in front of a road that has some problems. And one of the reasons that I like to walk about, the other day I saw a bus driver from Brennan's Hill. He was driving his bus down this road, and I was walking, and he stopped for me. Because I must look like I didn't need a bus. I tell him I need a bus. I walk about in my community. That is what I was put here to do. But when I walked up that road a little while ago, I realized that the fact that we had submitted it in 2022 as a road that needed urgent repaving was the right call, because it now represents, regrettably, a danger to those who have to use the road. Fairfield Road is not the only road that needs to be done in this community, and I would not stand here and have a meeting for the people of Fairfield Road to hear me and not address it. You know, the other night we were in Marlhole. It was my first spot meeting of the campaign, and I went there for purpose, because those roads are also in urgent need of repair. How many times do I hear the road behind the credit union, the road behind the credit union, the road behind the credit union? It is a fact. And I have had the conversations with the Prime Minister, and she has said to me, Marsha, I hear you. Marsha, I hear you. You're going to get the road done this year. And I will continue to hold the relevant authorities to account, because I am never going to sit back on the accomplishments that you heard here tonight and not believe that there's more that I don't have to do, because that's not what this is about. And when you look at this document, you will see that the information is divided into two parts. a lot of the good work that we were able to do in partnership with the government institutions and with the innovative policy that we've developed, and more of which you see in the manifesto, but you will also see a section that relates to our independent projects. Because I do not wait for the government if I do not have to wait for the government. And when we refurbished Gully Hill, and when we refurbished Valerie Pavilion, and when we removed trees that were overhanging and causing a danger to young girls walking home and to young people walking home from school, those were independent projects that we came together to do as a community. We got help from the private sector. We got help from some volunteers that are in this crowd tonight. And we went to see about ourselves, because it's not everything that we have to wait for the government to do. And I guarantee you that if I could have paved a road, Fairfield Road would be done already. But I also realize, as the minister who was responsible for investment at one point, that the Scotland district, 15% of Barbados, represented real risk to people in St. Andrew and St. Thomas and other parts of the Scotland district. And what I said to colleagues at the time was that you all go ahead. St. Michael would wait. South Central will wait a little bit while you all go and stabilize. I remember there was a family from St. Joseph that had to come and live with us in Valerie High Rise because their house slid all the way down a hill. And what I want to be able to say to all of us is that, yes, we live in St. Michael South Central, but there is a whole Barbados. And sometimes we have to step back and wait a little bit because we are not as bad as somebody else. And that is how my father raised me, and that is how my mother raised me. And so we step back in St. Michael South Central, and we said, no problem. Deal with St. Thomas, and deal with the North, and deal with the infrastructure issues that could really harm people. We step back. But now we're stepping forward again. And we are saying that we want to be able to see, and we will see, improvements in our road works. And I know that when I get on from this platform, people can start messaging me and saying, you ain't called Grosvenor Road, and you ain't called Forest Road, and you ain't called... I sent in all of them. So you don't need to message me to tell me about the ones that I didn't call. But I say all of that to say that whether it is roads or signage or culverts or drainage, we have made sure that we have been able to reach out to the relevant agencies of government to get some of these things addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, tonight I have one more thing that I want to be able to say to you. You know, I have been hearing some talk, and even among people who support me and mean me well. And I walk up and down and I hear people saying, ma, y'all got it. Ma, Marsha, you good. I don't know what that means. I only know how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, and on and on and on. I only know how to count. I don't know adjectives. I don't know description. I don't know what it means to say you're gonna be all right. I want to say to all of us tonight, this idea that we need an opposition, and that on that basis, we choose whatever scraps the Democratic Labour Party throws out to us because of this notion that we need an opposition. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with having a thriving democracy, but there is a reason that you rejected the Democratic Labour Party on 2 occasions and did so thoroughly. Do not allow somebody to convince you to settle for poor representation because they are begging for a chance. Do not allow them to use you in that way. Because guess what? If you, Gabriel, decide that you're voting for opposition, and you, Donovan, decide, and you, Lorraine, decide, and you, Jimmy, decide, and then you count up all of them votes, you all may get up and realize that the next day you have a Democratic Labour Party government, and we cannot afford for any of that to happen again. So I don't want us to pull any high-wire acts with our vote. And I also want us to realize that when you do not vote, you are leaving that choice up to your neighbor or the man that you don't like, that has confused you, or your ex-woman. You are leaving that choice up to God knows who. The choice and the voice has to be yours, and you have to take ownership of that. This idea that it don't matter who in, you gotta live. Yes, you gotta live, all we gotta live, but the question is how. The question is how. The question is, will you live with that $650 that they were giving you in the reverse tax credit, that we then had to come and restore back to the $1,300? Or will you now live with the $1,700 that we have put in the manifesto? It is how will you live? Who is taking care of you and who is listening to you? We went across this country with Paris Speaks and Ideas Forum. We have possibly and probably been the most responsive and consultative government that I certainly have ever seen in my own lifetime. I am saying to you tonight, Carrington Village, Tweedside Road, Fairfield Road, St. Michael, South Central, and everybody that can hear me across Barbados. These are not normal times. Smallness is under attack, or sovereignty is under attack, and you don't know from one day to the other what you're going to wake up and see on the news. This is not the time for the likes of Ralph Thorne. We are going with experience and not experiment. We are not going to be the sacrificial lambs because he wants a shot at running a country because nobody make him Attorney General. That is a matter for you, my man. That is not a matter for us. And so I am saying to you that when you get up early on February 11th, call a friend and call a neighbor. Make sure that you go out in your numbers and vote for Tyra Trotman, and vote for Humphrey, and vote for Chris Gibbs, and vote for Dwight Sutherland, and vote for Michael Lashley. My friends, we have work to do. And everything that we have planned, we will do together. Because this manifesto is a covenant with you. It is not a promise from us, it is a covenant with you. We need all of you on board. We need all of you to stay Bajan strong with us. Get out and vote, vote, vote for the Barbados Labour Party on February 11th. I love you. Good night. You have been wonderful.
Listen, Richard City Tail, man. South Central, St. Michael, Lorionis, Marsha Caddle, BLP, introducing a lady for the people, woman of the people, our representative, Marsha Caddle. Anyway, Marsha step in, army gun step, so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wet to the D's, we don't take car. Anyway, me step, Marsha Caddle gun step, car BLP stepping with a brave heart.
BLP family, St. Michael South. Tonight we are saying to you that we are the only choice for Barbados. That Marsha Caddle is the only choice for St. Michael South Central. We are saying that when they say to you to vote for an opposition, that you may vote for an opposition and end up with a government that you do not want, a government that is not ready, a government that is not fit for a purpose, and a government that wants to experiment with you and your children's future. And so we say that you rejected them in 2018, you rejected them in 2022, and in 2026, we must do the same. We also say to you that as we continue on the path of progress, we understand that we have to make sure that we are engaging with Barbados's brightest and their best. Those that are ready to lead and can contribute. And tonight you have heard from Tyra, a young lawyer. You have heard from Chris, a young businessman. You have heard from Kirk, a social development specialist. You have heard from Dwight, an engineer. And you have heard from Marsha, a developmental economist. That is a team of persons who have expertise, experience, and the record to guide this country forward. And so tonight I bring to you a gentleman who is a lawyer, who has worked on behalf of the most vulnerable to ensure that they receive justice and representation, and who understands the work that is needed and has assisted in supporting criminal justice reform and citizen security in Barbados. This Labour Party is welcoming everyone who wants to contribute, build, and create a better Barbados. So I want you to welcome the man from next door who will take us home in the city of Bridgetown, Michael Lashley, comrades.
BLP when I read, uptown crew when I read, downtown crew when I read. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, call him the boss, the poor people governor, the man with the plan for each and every one. Michael, ready for your situation. Come everybody join hand in hand. BLP for this election. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Lily, yes, the uptown posse them ready. Downtown say them redder than ready. In the city we know you're ready. Come out early, vote Michael Lashley. Barbados, redder ready. BLP, redder ready. Michael Lashley, redder ready. The people from town that speak already. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash. Vote for Michael.
Good night. Lord, I just come out of Vine Street from a spot meeting, and so much people out there, and that was a spot meeting, and they had more people than any DLP meeting so far. I came here in support of Marsha Caddle, and I know on that night, we'll be hearing Caddle, 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 and she will be the representative of this constituency. Now let me say this, I am not a stranger to this place. I am not a stranger at all. I used to come out here on Friday evenings and get my car washed. And at the time, I begged a certain man that he gonna come to the fellas out here and get the car washed as MP. A man called Richard Silly, I begged him and begged him, and he said, no, I ain't getting around them poor people. Yes. And you know, I look, and I recognize, I didn't realize that he had posters up. I didn't realize that at all. When they peep, and they look at the posters, one of them from 2008. And the one in the blue shirt, is one when he was at somebody's funeral, and he used the picture as a poster up there on the poles. But I say to you tonight that this election is about leadership. It is about leadership. And the history of evidence is there. We went through COVID. We went through the volcanic ash and some very serious weather that affected the fishermen. And it's because of the strong leadership of the Prime Minister that we were able to bring ourselves through those storms. And when you look at what is happening now, at the state of affairs in this country when it comes to politics, and that the Democratic Labour Party cannot be serious, in about 4 or 5 days before an election, and there's no manifesto from the Democratic Labour Party. I don't know if it's coming Saturday because it was postponed about 3 times already. And so we have to wait
to see whether there's a manifesto. I want to humbly submit that I do not expect any manifesto on Saturday night. I expect the lights to go out there and there will be no manifesto again. Today I was saying to myself, and I was in my head looking at crime and looking at how we're going to solve this issue of crime because they had an incident in St. Philip. And I recall the National Peace Program, and I think we have to refigure that and regig it so that it could really touch those persons that we really wanted to touch. The National Peace Program, I said to myself that the Democratic Labour Party should really go in the National Peace Program with all the noise and the foolishness going on up there. But I come tonight to speak on the social issues and that what the Barbados Labour Party, they have in their manifesto to address those issues. And, when I look at the issues, particularly in the St. Michael area, of course, myself and Ms. Caddle, the only thing that divides us is a little road. And of course, we have some common things to share. And of course, we have projects to work on. But those projects are designed to help the young people and to bring them out and bring them away from antisocial behavior. And the reason I say that, because we have to save those at-risk youths. We have to save them. And so programs like what myself, and of course Kurt too is also on the border, that once we get together as a team and work, I am community-oriented. I follow Marsha's page. I know Kurt is community-oriented. And I believe if that collaboration, we would do well for the parish of St. Michael. I know that. I want really to touch on the issue of housing, particularly in my area, in the city. I just came from that meeting, and when I listened to the concerns of the residents, they're asking for solutions to housing. And I had to say to them that if you take a look at the manifesto, that in that manifesto, this government has pledged to build 84 units at Mason Hall Street. And we have to clap for that. But not only that, what is going to happen to this urban corridor? I know that there will be establishment of an urban transformation fund. And that fund will be used to transform the lives of people in St. Michael. And so whether it's business, whether it's housing solutions, whether it's in the aspect of education, that those monies will be used to assist you and to your benefit. And we must clap for that. The government with a vision. But not only that, for many years, people in the urban corridor, particularly those who live in urban territories, they are met with some very serious difficulties. The fact that they need their conveyance in their hand. We need to transfer title urgently. And some of those people living in those urban territories need to get their conveyances in their hand urgently. And in this manifesto, the government has committed itself to ensure that there's a speedy transfer of title. a speedy transfer of conveyances into the hands of those persons living in the urban corridor. And it's important for you to have a conveyance in your hand or title to land. Nobody can move you off the land. Nobody can come and threaten you. And that you can take that conveyance or title and you could go to the bank and get a loan, whether it's to help your child to get an education. And you can do that. And I am so pleased that when I read this manifesto, that this manifesto pledged that the transfer of titles, the fact that you want to make conveyancing easier, because we know that any transaction with land in Barbados, you cannot get a transaction finished in about 3 or 4 months. Sometimes you have to wait 10 months and 11 months. And sometimes you wait a year, particularly even if you're going for a mortgage, it takes longer. So the government is committed through by legislation to ensure that title comes to your hands, whether it's a private transaction, whether it's a transaction under the Tenantries Act or through with the Crown, that it will come to your hands and come into your hands easier. Government is committed to that. Further, those persons living in housing units, and we know the issues of housing units. I was Minister of Housing, and I know the issue of transferring those units into the hands of tenants. I know those issues. And I'm pleased to announce that there was a bill, in fact, there's still a bill, lay in Parliament, and that bill is to ensure that those tenants in the units can get their conveyance in a more speedier fashion and to ensure that these people own their units. And the government is committed, not only those who can purchase property, but those who cannot purchase a property, but want to say, you know what, I cannot go to the bank because of my income, because of the state of my financial situation. The only thing I can do is rent. But I don't want to rent all of my life. I also want to rent to own the property. And so the government is committed to moving forward with the rent-to-own program. And that is important because people live in units for a number of years. Some people live 20 years or so. And when you look at the money that they have paid, sometimes it come up. And if you do evaluation, they are already paid for the house already. And so that is why the rent-to-own program is important, extremely important. And so the government is committed not only to dealing with those who can only purchase land, but those who are at the bottom of the ladder and who want to own a piece of this rock. And that is revolutionary. And I say to you tonight, that even if you look and take out housing out of the manifesto, and then you ask yourself, what is the Democratic Labour Party offering as a housing solution? I haven't heard anything whatsoever. I haven't heard anything that will move you or move this country forward, or that is a vision for housing. And this is what we call a vision for housing. And so these methods and these proposals, coupled with the Transformation Fund, coupled with the fact that the government has made amendments in 2019 to the Town Planning Act that will make investors obligated to pour money back into communities. That is indeed revolutionary too. And that if an investor decided to put some money back into the community, that too might involve or could involve a housing project, could involve a police station, could involve some sort of public amenities that would redound to the benefit of the community where that is closely relocated or located to the project. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to you that this election, before you move off of this stage, is about leadership. And you cannot place this country into the hands of a Ralph Thorne. You have the history of evidence there already. So you cannot throw away your future. You cannot throw away your children's future. You have to put it in the hands of the Barbados Labour Party under the leadership of Mayor Morton. Thank you. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
BLP when I read. Uptown crew when I read. Downtown crew when I read. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Lash. Lily. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Vote for Michael. Lash. Lily. Call him the boss. The poor people governor. The man with the plan for each and every one. Michael, ready for your situation. Come everybody join hand in hand. BLP for this election.
Barbados Labour Party family. We are red and we are what? One more time. We are red and we are what? That's what I like to hear. So when we listen to Michael just now, we hear and we listen to him talk about partnerships. And we listen to him speak about his intentions with BLP City and with St. Michael South Central and with St. Michael South. And you begin to understand that this is not a party that scatters itself into factions, and that this is not a party that wars with itself and locks out its long-standing members and holds picnics only for select members. We understand that this is a party that is willing and will unite for the betterment of their constituents, and you hear that from Michael Lashley tonight. So that we're not paying any mind to the other side. We're not paying any mind to those grasshoppers out there that go to a constituency and lose, go on to another constituency. They lose there, they go on to another constituency. We see every time that they're not about you, the people of this country, but they're about themselves. And tonight we say that we are not interested in those grasshoppers. We are not voting for people who would go into your house and confuse a man for the living with one that is dead. This is not a party that does that. So that when we think about the Barbados Labour Party, we understand that we hold our members and we understand that we hold our constituents in high regard and we treat them like that. But we're in St. Michael's South Central tonight. So I feel the need to talk. And I feel the need to talk about my MP, Marsha Caddle, a woman that has lent such excellent representation since she assumed office in 2018. We take things for granted. We take these things for granted, but we don't understand how much it takes to get up every day and serve your constituents. So that I say to you tonight, that when you have a candidate who only decides to rear his head every 4 or 5 years when an election is called, we don't want nothing to do with that. A man cannot say with any confidence that he represents you if the only time he shows up is when the bell is rung. And when he shows up, what does he do? When he shows up, he falls asleep. I was sitting at home the other day and I got a message on my phone and somebody said, look, Richard CD at the people's funeral falling asleep. That's a man that could care about you. That's a man that has your best interests at heart. And that's not even to talk about the economic issues and the social issues that confound us in our day-to-day lives. But it's to talk about the nitty-gritty politics. Because politics is representation, and people, as we heard from Kurt Humphrey, must always be put over politics. So tonight, my friends, without much further ado, I want to introduce to you a man that has transformed tourism in this country. When we think about tourism, we think about increased tourist arrivals, we think about the airport expansion, we think about things that drive our biggest foreign exchange earner. So without further ado, I want to introduce to you Mr. Ian Gooden-Edgell.
See how yo, elections in the air, but have no fear. Ian now got lashes to share. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got me vote, oh yes. And then 2 steps to the right. cause we know that he is the best. Good angel is the man, oh Lord. He got the best plan, oh gosh. Ian does always deliver, that's why he is the best ever. When things get rough, he does show up steady, yeah. Promises he always keeping, no hiding or disappearing. 7 days a week, Ian is always there. Who always show up? Ian. Who get the things done? Ian. Who for the people? Ian.
Good night, St. Michael, South Central. Well, you know, I would never have missed an opportunity to come here and bat a hand for your Member of Parliament, Marsha Caddle. And of course, she's your Member of Parliament tonight, and she will be your parliamentary representative again come February the 11th. So good night, St. Michael, South Central. Good night to the Barbados Labour Party family and all of our supporters who've come here tonight to allow us to not only tell you what we've done, but also to tell you what we're about to do for you if you give us the permission to continue in the next term. And I'm confident that as Marsha has been so ably representing you in St. Michael, South Central, that you will once again go to the polls and you will give Marsha Caddle that decisive victory once again. And why do I ask you to go to the polls and support Marsha Caddle? I do so because Marsha Caddle has done a lot of work not only within his constituency, but at the national level. I recall when I went to the Ministry of Tourism, of Transport, Works and Water Resources, that Marsha Caddle, as Minister responsible for Economic Affairs, was there with me, working on a number of loans and other infrastructural projects in order to ensure that we continue to build out the infrastructure of Barbados and to keep you at work. And she did so like the quality representative you know her to be. She did so with conviction. She did so with passion because she knows that she has to build out Barbados. And she's been not only very decisive, not only very skilled in the area of developmental economics, but she was able to help me when we were dealing with a number of other matters within that ministry to ensure that we bring success to Barbados. So I say to you that Marsha is not an absentee representative either, because you know they have some people, when they go to the polls and they're defeated, you don't see them. So in 2018, the person who is purporting to be carrying the flag for the other party was not around. And 2019 came, he was not around. 2020 came, he was not around. 2021 came and he was not around. In 2022, he resurfaced, and Marsha once again do what she's known for. She delivered with your help a decisive victory in St. Michael, South Central for the Barbados Labour Party. And in 2023, you didn't see the person. 2024, you didn't see or hear of the person. But in 2025, late 25, you start hearing the buzzword that somebody is returning. But you can't vote for an absentee representative. You have to vote for somebody who's always been there with you. And Marsha Caddle has been there with you from day one. She's never left you. She continues to canvass. And I recall when I was Minister of Transport, Works and Water Resources as well, because she helped me, so I had to help her too. I recall the roads that we did in St. Michael's South Central at Marsha's urging. And when Marsha said she wanted this road done and she wanted that road done, of course, we toured the area and we got the roads done for Marsha Caddle in St. Michael's South Central. That is but one example of several examples that Marsha Caddle continues to lead the way in St. Michael's South Central. But I don't have to tell you how Marsha Caddle looks after the people in St. Michael's South Central. You know that firsthand, and she does it with dignity. And that is what you want in a representative. Somebody who will do things for you without the world knowing, but somebody who has your best interests at heart, and someone who's never, ever left you, and that is Marsha Caddle for you. But I also come here tonight to ensure that you have no doubt whatsoever that when you go to the polls, you have to vote for Marsha Caddle, because she's a hard worker, she's a strong woman, and she's part of the Barbados Labour Party team. We have a strong team, we have strong leadership, and we have a strong candidate in Marsha Caddle in St. Michael's South Central. Don't let anybody at all come around here and tell you other than that she's a strong woman, she's decisive, and she's also a trained economist, ladies and gentlemen. And that is what you want when you have to bail out Barbados. It was Marsha Caddle who worked with Ryan Strawn and the Prime Minister within the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Finance, Economic Affairs, and Investment to take Barbados when we were almost at junk grade and build it back up. It was Marsha Caddle who helped the Barbados Labour Party government of the day back in 2018 to rise from the economic doldrums to surge that today we have moved from downgrades to upgrades. It is Marsha Caddle who worked with the team within the Ministry of Finance to take us from the precipice of despair and to avoid devaluation in Barbados. It was Marsha Caddle who applied her skills to guide the Ministry of Economic Affairs and to help Barbados, working with international institutions, ensuring that we progress from strength to strength. And that is what you want in a leader. That is what you want in a candidate when you decide you are looking to support somebody. And I say to you that Marsha Caddle has not only the skills and the compassion, like I told you, she has the heart for politics. And she knows what she's about. And she knows where she wants to take St. Michael's South Central. And you know, when I talk about performance, I have to talk about the guy who was a former Minister of Tourism. And you know, there was a lot of talk about the performance, economic performance in Barbados. There was a lot of talk about the tourism performance. And there was a lot of innuendo and all sorts of nonsense that the other party would want to convince you that we are not doing well for Barbados. I say to you that tonight the Barbados Labour Party has made, I'm sure, all of you very proud. Proud of the work that we continue to do, led by Prime Minister Mia Mottley. We've had an outstanding leader, a woman with a vision, with a heart, a woman who understands what it is to take a country and lift it and restore it, not only its good standing within the financial community, but ensuring that Barbados' profile was well maintained. And I say to you that it is as a result of all those things, all those attributes, that we are fortunate to have a strong Prime Minister, a strong leader, and a strong cabinet delivering for you, the people of Barbados. And let's make no bones about it. When people come to you and they want to poo-poo what we're doing, I want you to look in the mirror. And if they come to you and knock on your doors, I want you to look at them and say, when you were the government, Democratic Labour Party, when you were in office, you took us to a new low. You almost took us to the brink of economic collapse. And it was people like Marsha Caddle and Mia Montley and Ryan Strawn and Kurt Humphrey and Trevor Prescott and all the other members in the St. Michael constituencies across all Barbados who worked hard to pull this country up by its bootstraps to ensure that we succeed. And yes, we have made significant progress, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And I say to you that even though we've gone through COVID, we went through ashfall, and most recently, we've gone through the geopolitical situation. We have always managed this country with your best interests at heart. And let me touch briefly on the tourism sector, because I know that there's some who will want to walk around this constituency and try to give the impression that they were perhaps a good minister of tourism. And there's some who will want to suggest that what we're doing now is not the solution. But I want to say to you that Barbados has gone to a new level and a new height in tourism in this country. That Barbados, once again, has restored not only good leadership to the tourism sector, but that Barbados is doing well. Barbados' tourism is doing well. And I say to you that we've had record not only long stay arrivals in Barbados, but we've also had record tourism earnings in Barbados. So that when the Dems come to you and try to give the impression that we are not accomplishing, I want you to say to them, look at our tourism record. And the person in this constituency who's running against Marsha Caddle would have presided over the loss of airlift, would have presided over reduced tourism earnings in this country, and I'm going to deal with it tonight because we're in St. Michael, South Central, and I want to show you the contrast between Marsha Caddle on the one hand and a man who almost took tourism down. I say to you, it was the Democratic Labour Party. It was the man who was running against Marsha Caddle in this constituency who caused us to lose the Delta airline flight coming from Atlanta under the stewardship of the Democratic Labour Party. The airline did not return to Barbados. The flight from Atlanta didn't come back. The flight from Delta's flight from New York didn't come back to Barbados either. They lost Atlanta by Delta. They lost Delta from John F. Kennedy Airport. They lost the American Airlines flight from New York to Barbados, JFK to be exact. They lost the flight from Philadelphia to Barbados. They lost the flight from Dallas to Barbados. And I can go on and tell you about Gaul. But I'm showing you but an example of the airlift that the man who's running against Marsha Caddle lost in Barbados. So he lost airlift into Barbados, and as a result of that, what happened? Into the Barbados Labour Party in 2018. Thanks to Kerry Simmons and Lisa Cummins, who started the work in the Ministry of Tourism. And when I joined there, I did a couple things. And Marsha was there to help me along the way. We expanded our airlift into Barbados as part of our airlift strategy into Barbados. We not only returned the flights that were lost from United States of America, and I'll tell you what more we did. We brought back Delta from Atlanta. We brought back Delta from New York. We brought back Delta from Philadelphia. And we also reintroduced American Airlines flight from John F. Kennedy Airport. And we expanded flights from JetBlue out of Boston's Logan Airport into Barbados. We also did something unheard of in Barbados. Unheard of in Barbados. The Barbados Labour Party did it. You know what we did? We, in the winter season, bought 2 aircraft, each from Virgin and BA, into Barbados in the winter. So on any given day in the winter, you will have 2 flights from Virgin coming out to Heathrow, and 2 flights coming out of from British Airways coming out of Heathrow. 4 flights coming across the Atlantic. It is the first time in the history of Barbados that we have 4 flights every day from Heathrow coming across the Atlantic from the United Kingdom to Bridgetown, Barbados. That is what your Barbados Labour Party has been doing. We have built the infrastructure necessary, and we also know that as a result of all the airlift that we have coming into Barbados, you see it when you travel. You see it when you land, when you return to Barbados from your vacation or business trip. You see what happens. We have more planes on the tarmac than we ever had in the history of Barbados. So much so that we don't have enough parking space. The parking apron at the airport is so small now that we now have to seek to expand the Grantley-Ames International Airport. And as we continue to transform the tourism sector, that is a critical part of it. And what have we done? We got the plans, we signed off on the plans, we got the financing for the expansion of the airport, that is already signed off, and we are going to commence the construction of an expanded airport facility on the Barbados. After 40 years of the Grantley-Ames International Airport being built in Barbados in its new location, the Barbados Labour Party, once again, it falls to us to expand the Grantley-Ames International Airport. And when you see the plans, what we have in store, you will believe that the airport that you're arriving at is some other international airport elsewhere. That is the quality, that is the vision of the Barbados Labour Party. And we're doing it because we have to expand the parking apron and expand the Grantley-Ames International Airport in order to accommodate the number of aircraft coming into Barbados. Is that not what working for you is? Can you tell me or name one other administration that so excel in tourism and international transport that today we find our situation that the space is so small, so tight, that we now have to expand our Grantley-Ames International Airport? Is that not a government working in your best interest? I ask you, is it not a government working in your best interest? That is what the Mayor Motley-led administration is doing. We are going to work, working hard every day to ensure that your future is secured, to ensure that we continue to improve your lives. It is going to work to ensure that at the end of the day, we can have demonstrable growth within Barbados, and that is what we're doing. But we are not also stopping there. We're not stopping there. We recognize, like we have in record arrivals, long-stay arrivals in Barbados, as you heard, the Central Bank reported, over 737,000 arrivals into Barbados, a record in 2025. At no other time in the history of Barbados have we recorded over 737,000 long-stay visitors in Barbados. That is what the Barbados Labour Party is doing. The Barbados Labour Party is working in your best interest. And when we say that we have the team for the times, believe you me, you know that we have the team for the times. Believe me when I tell you that the Barbados Labour Party not only picked up this economy, restored it, and continues to grow it to the point where we now have 18 consecutive quarters of growth in Barbados. But we are going to continue the expansion. We are going to look at the Bridgetown port. You saw what we did with Berth 6. There's so many cruise ships coming into Barbados. If you don't believe me, ask the taxi drivers. They are seeing it and they are believing it, because we are not only about driving airlift, we are also about expanding and increasing the cruise ships that are coming to Barbados. And if you're doing so, you also have an obligation to increase the facilities and improve facilities at the port. And I say to you, as we continue to transform tourism, we're duty bound to expand the cruise facility at the Barbados port. And I say to you, as we continue this journey. Your choice is very clear in this general election. We've come to you sincerely in 2022, and we asked you for the vote. You gave us the vote, and we never let you down. We are coming to you on this occasion in 2026. We are coming here tonight as we continue in our campaign leading up to the general election to ask you for your support. And we are asking you for your permission to continue because we believe that we will continue to do what is right by Barbadians. And I ask you in this constituency to support Marsha Caddle. I'm not asking you not only to support Marsha Caddle because she wants to get to Parliament. I want you to return Marsha Caddle to Parliament so she can help Prime Minister Motley and other members of the cabinet and the parliamentary group to continue not only with the strong leadership, but to continue with the visionary programs that we have in store for you. I say to you, St. Michael South Central, Marsha has done an outstanding job. She has not only been there for you, she's not only been visiting you and conducting her house-to-house visits. She's not only been there with you in the good times, but she's also been there with you when things were tough. And she understands what it is like to help build out the economy. And like I said earlier, she's worked tirelessly with Prime Minister Motley, with Minister Ryan Strawn and others within the cabinet to ensure that we rescued Barbados from where we are. And as I get the signal, because I have to come home, I want to say to St. Michael South Central, don't worry about those who will want to come at the 11th hour. Those who were not here, who was an absentee representative. I want to say to you that with Marsha Caddle, you know she cares. With Marsha Caddle, you know she has and will always continue to be there for you. I say to you, when you go to the polls on February the 11th, I want you to vote for Marsha Caddle. I want you to return Marsha Caddle to Parliament as decisively as you did in the 2022 general election. And I want you to continue to endorse Marsha Caddle's work in this constituency. And I want you by your X when you go into the polling booth to place it squarely for Marsha Caddle. Place it for a woman who came to St. Michael South Central and built families and lifted up people and were there for the people of Barbados. I want you to return Marsha Caddle to Parliament because she's done an outstanding job for you as a parliamentary representative. She's never failed you. She's never failed the Barbados Labour Party. She has the skills of a developmental economist, those skills that are required in Barbados to help lift the economy. I say to you, on February 11th, go to the polls, vote for Marsha Caddle, support the continuation of a productive program, vote Barbados Labour Party, and with your permission, send us back to continue to do the good works that we're doing on behalf of you, the people of St. Michael South Central. Good night, and God bless you.
2 steps to the right, cause we know that he is the best. Good in Angel is the man. Oh Lord, he got the best plan. Oh God, present in the streets and he are the best for St. Michael West Central. He don't only talk, he understands, baby. He's a doer and a giver, a fixer, a problem solver.
Tonight, the message has been clear. To every worker, every young person, every Barbadian, this election is not confusing. It is not unclear and it is not a difficult choice. There is nothing complex about this election. The choice before the people of Barbados is clear. Because when you take away all the noise, all the memes, all of the theatrics that we are seeing, what is clear, and when you ask the serious question, who has leadership? Who has backbone? Who has judgment? who has the ability to govern Barbados, there is only one choice. There is only one choice because Barbados has lived through the toughest of times. We have had a prime minister lead us through the economic crisis. We have had a prime minister lead us through climate shocks and climate events. We have had a prime minister lead us through a global pandemic. We have had a political party and a government lead us through cost of living shocks. We have had a prime minister speak up for us when people are afraid to speak up for themselves. We have had a prime minister who understands what we need and who has outlined a vision. We have a prime minister before us. And as we welcome her, I want us to understand that Mia Amor Motley and the BLP candidates, Marsha Caddle and Chris Gibbs, Humphrey, they are the only choice. We have to understand that we welcome a woman who speaks in international forums and the world listens. We have a leader who continues to guide us and who has outlined a vision in our manifesto. Tonight I want to hear you, BLP family. I want to hear you as we welcome our Prime Minister, our political leader, Mia Amor Motley. Come on, BLP family, let us welcome her to the stage.
Represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Pick up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and say, take charge, Mia, you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause invasion nicking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action, I get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Pick up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and say, take charge, Mia, you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job and she got my trust. That is enough. Why, mean you for me. Why, mean you for we. Why, running the country firm and steady. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Pick up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and say, take charge, Mia, you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause invasion nicking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action, I get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried.
Why? I feel something is happening in this country. Something is happening in this constituency. And I have just come from Crab Hill in St. Lucie. And they have sent a message to let you know that Peter Phillips will be coming home. And they expect, therefore, that Marsha Caddle will join him as well. And I say to you tonight, however, that I hear the message that is sent by me. But I want to tell you that no amount of red in front of me can persuade me until the votes are counted Wednesday night. Let us be clear about that. I have been in this thing. I have been in this business. This year will be 37 years that I was a nominated candidate for this Barbados Labour Party. I know I still look young, but I got a little age. And I know that crowds can be deceptive. And therefore, no amount of crowds and no amount of red alone will persuade me. Because when the time comes, there is only one thing that matters, and that is the X on the ballot sheet, making sure it does not touch the line. Making sure it does not what? Touch. So I want us to be very clear. Look at this, look at this. How much times we get to talk nowadays with a bus passing through a meeting and I don't got to stop. Oh, Lord. That is a sign of the changes. But I've come tonight to remind us that we have a duty to this country and to ourselves. And we are at a point now where you have to get in
to the analysis of who and what you're dealing with. We have a man who wants you to believe that he can be fit to lead this country, but cannot be fit to do the most basic things that a leader must do. And I'm not even talking about the lights alone, because if you can't keep lights on at a meeting, how are you going to keep lights on in a country? I am talking about the fact that he cannot lead a united Democratic Labour Party. And if there is no unity in opposition, how do you expect them to be unified in government? And you can see it across this country. Richard Seeley running his own campaign. Ryan Walters running his own campaign. Ian Griffith up there, I just passed him on the highway talking to the cars because there was nobody else there. But then again, he accustomed talking to the dead, so. Simon, up in St. Philip, his own campaign. And it is as if everybody has broken and run for themselves. And I'm not surprised, because we all know what happened in this constituency here in George Street, and how people who gave their whole life to the Democratic Labour Party have been literally locked out and left out of any program with respect to building this country and ultimately their party. But this is the same man who had a gentleman's agreement with Ronnie Yearwood too. You remember that? And that lasted as long as a snow cone in the hot sun. Melt away fast, 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 fast. And you begin to ask yourself, what manner of a man is this man called Ralph Thorne? I have already told you that in everything that he has done, he has seen himself and nobody else. You left Northeast, and this is not hearsay. Michelle, tell them that we know firsthand. In 1989, people come up there looking for him, to vote for him against me. And when he see my crowd, he run and hide. Never came in and told the people goodbye or hello. He ran in St. Michael North and do the same thing. Twice he ran. And the people in St. Michael North did not know when he left them. And I can tell you that the only person he hated more than me is David Thompson. And that is the irony of ironies tonight with him leading the Democratic Labour Party. As fate would have it, he came and he joined the Labour Party. And there's some people in this party who said, man, give him a chance, he ain't bad, and this and that and this and that. And contrary to all that you believe, I let go and say, okay, give him a chance. In 7 years, we have now seen what that man really and truly is. For the first 5.5 years, Ralph did virtually nothing to represent the people of Christchurch South. And then when he left the party, his only comment of any significance was to quarrel with us when we painted Oyston's Beer Garden red. Well, I'm sorry for he next week when he see red, 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 red. But I don't only want him to see red, I want him to hear cattle, 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 cattle. Because as I said, that is the only measure that matters. But what is more is that this man has left the people of Christchurch South, even as we speak, without saying a word. And now you go into St. John and trying to make everything about you. Look, We have had manifestos launched in this country over and over and over. And political leaders do not choose their constituency to launch manifestos. They choose a place where the majority of Barbadians can reach and come and listen if you really want people to see and hear what is in the manifesto. But the problem that we have is that I suspect Ralph don't want nobody to see that manifesto. That is why it was due to be launched Tuesday night, 2 nights ago, and it get postponed. It is due to be launched now on Saturday in Gall Hill. But I want to say to them, I have already read it, and there's nothing really in there. And don't ask me how I read it, because things has happened to fall off tracks all the time. But that is an indication, and I want to warn him. And this is all I'm going to say to him, that you really must not try to unfair people and put people who have left you on the front cover of your manifesto. You got pictures of a lady well known to me hugging you up at a time when she might have had a little argument. You got her there to make it believe that she's still with you, but to the best of my knowledge, she is with Michael Lashley. And then you got the other one, who was a member of the Young Dems. And Shaquani, if you don't know that you on the front page cover of the DLP manifesto, I suggest that you go and find out and put yourself in a position to tell people whether you are still, having resigned from the Democratic Labour Party, whether you are still supporting the man that caused you to resign in the first place. Now that is the sign of a desperate man. A desperate man. And I say to you tonight that when I add up all of these things, let us deal with him in Trinidad yesterday on TTT. You can't bring out a manifesto for Bajans to read in good time. You can't bring a manifesto launch in somewhere central and you taking it up in your constituency. Nothing wrong with Gall Hill. But you are carrying it in your constituency because you believe that you need all the props. Well, Charles Griffith is still going to beat Ralph Thorne in St. John. You turn around and you have a situation where, and I suspect that the only body you are going to see more and more in his broadcast is Ralph. The man is consumed with himself. And one of the things that bothers me is that when I ask this man in good faith, I said, Ralph, you are 68. I am 60. Let us make sure that there are some things that we put in place to secure this country's future. One of them is education. The man is on record telling you that when I came to him to ask him to come and meet the public officers, that he agreed that he would meet 2 weeks before they came to Parliament to the meeting. Ralph turned around and said, me? I tell her eating my food. I ain't got no time with that. Can you believe that that is what he wants to do for these little children? And to give a face that will allow this country to remain divided on a matter as basic as education, that we need to be working together. From Grantley Adams to Errol Barrow to Tom Adams to Bree St. John to Erskine Sandiford to Owen Arthur to David Thompson to myself. Even Frandel, I suspect. Every one of us understood the importance of education and continuity. And when we try to sit down and say, look, we can't have children anymore just learning by rote. Anything you want to find that is facts, you can find on this. So the most important thing now is to give children skills and to group in them values and attitudes that will help them get through life and let them develop a culture of excellence, whether it is going to be fixing cars, whether it is going to be plumbing, whether it is going to be law, whether it is going to be selling, whether it is going to be cooking. People need a habit of excellence. And that is what is nurtured in us from small. And we want to make the changes in our educational system to reflect that. But not even that Ralph could find himself capable of doing and can tell me foolishness that he and Felicia Dujon and Maxine McLean eating food in Parliament but can't do the people business. No, sir. No, sir. You can't find it possible to go up to CBC, to be able to have a conversation or to send somebody. We sent representatives last weekend to the programs. But instead, you find yourself on Trinidad and Tobago television, TTT, telling people about yellow. Yellow is the code, yellow is the code. Huh. I tell you, yellow is the curse. But yeah, I ain't talking about blue and yellow, I talking about yellow. Not the kind of yellow that he won't talk about. And what is that really a code for? Is it a code for campaign financing? Is it a code for who is supporting your party financially? Because if that is the case, then Errol Walton Barrows should now be rolling in a watery grave to believe that anybody leading the Democratic Labour Party would want to make that party a subsidiary of another political entity in the Caribbean. Errol Barrows stood shoulder to shoulder with Eric Williams. Tom Adams stood shoulder to shoulder with Eric Williams and George Chambers. Owen Arthur stood shoulder to shoulder with Patrick Manning. I have stood shoulder to shoulder with Keith Rowley and the same Kamla. But you can't tell me that the Labour Party is going to be subservient to any of them. That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends. That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention. And I say to him tonight, that when Liz Thompson and when all of the senior ministers and the Deputy Prime Minister and myself were meeting day after day after day after day after day in the manifesto, and then the General Secretary of the Workers' Union, and then Jonathan Reed, and then the persons from Acute Vision working through the night. What foolishness is my hearing? But he is consumed with the fact. Ask him if they know the name Fabian Lewis. I don't want to say any more tonight. Left that name there with him from Jamaica, because I think that is the Jamaican he is confused with, about who had a role to play in a manifesto. And I can assure you, it is not the Barbados Labour Party manifesto. I have come here tonight to tell you that this country's choice is so clear. And there's not much more we can do. It is up to you. I believe that we are at a serious point in this country's life. Not only because of what is happening here, but because of where the world is at. And we need to be able to have strength, and we need to be able to have that strong leadership, articulate what is in the interest of Barbadians. You want to talk about my traveling, but I tell you already, my traveling has brought more grant money, more free money to this country than any other prime minister before me. And I don't believe in being boastful, but we know what we have gotten from the Green Climate Fund. Marsha can tell you because she was one of the ones also working on climate issues for this government and this country. And we're not only talking about a new South Coast sewage treatment plant for $150 million that not cent one ain't got to come from our pockets. How does that happen? Not by accident, not by a lucky dip, but by going and making the points. And I want to address one or two things in truth, because I got my head hot. This notion that he and all the rest of the Dems talking but a Bajan birthright dividend is a gimmick. Tell the people that you don't understand what we're doing. In the same way that you couldn't understand what we were doing for the same debt for climate swap for the South Coast sewage treatment plant. He got up in Parliament, asked William, asked Marsha, asked Kirk, and rubbished it and told us that there's no such thing. Go back and read the Hansard. Another one of his long rambling speeches. And I just laugh. You know why I laugh? Because Barbados has won awards all across the hemisphere for the most innovative debt swap in the world and in the Americas. But because he don't feel that you following international news, that he can get up in Parliament and talk foolishness and then say, well, what's resilience? Resilience is a buzzword. Well, let me tell you what resilience is. Resilience is what your ancestors were to withstand slavery in this country. That is how we get through here. Resilience is what you are to withstand all of the buffeted things, crisis after crisis after crisis. From freak storm to hurricane to ashfall. And these are not just words, because many of you know what it has done to your pocket. Many of you know what it has done to your family. Many of you know what it has done to your stability. But you know, if there's anything that this government has done wrong, it is to make it look all too easy. All too easy. Today was the last day of the Cabinet of Barbados in this administration. And I thank the persons who have served with me. And I indicated to them that one of the things that I could say without fear of contradiction is that having served in a cabinet between 1994 and 2008, and having had to lead a cabinet between 2008 and now, 2018 and now, that what this cabinet in the last 2 terms has had to face is significantly more work and more complexity and challenges than the previous cabinet that I served in with Owen. Liz and Reggie would tell you, Noel would tell you, that many an afternoon after cabinet, we would come down here in Tweedside Road, going Halls Road, going by Bird's Nest, going Lime somewhere. Nowadays, you don't have that chance. Because more often than not, cabinet work until late and in the evening. Nowadays, we are facing multiple challenges at once. And when you think you get round the corner, something else emerges. And what it requires is steady hands. And what it requires is a firm gaze. And what it requires is a soft heart at times. Because if you don't see people and feel people, then you're in the wrong business. And it is for that reason that I want to remind you of what this government's record has been very quickly again. And I will not tire saying it. When you take a woman who was a shop assistant and take her from $6.25 and move her to $10.73 an hour in a few short years, when that fee was not attached at all from 2004 December right till 2020. That is somebody who now knows the difference of what a Labour Party government that sees them has done for them. But it wasn't only the shop assistants, the gas station attendants, all of them who were not protected by law before are now entitled to a minimum wage. The security guards get more, and they have gone from $9.75 4 years ago to $11.50 plus the 2% this year. When we took your welfare benefits in 2020 in the middle of COVID and increased them by 40%. And now, Kirk, from the 1st of March, they will be increased by 30% again. So if you were getting $300, you're going to get $390 in a benefit. If you were getting $200, you're going to get $260. Tell me, if that is not caring for people by being specific, I don't know what it is. And for those who are now getting the $1,300 reverse tax credit, who, by the way, were only getting $650 when we came into office, we doubled it for you, and we widened the group of people who could benefit from it. Because people earning $1,500 alone was benefiting and under. Now we moved it to $2,080 and under. And then we turn around and we say to you, that will go to $1,700 from this year, December. An increase of $400 on the reverse tax credit for those at the bottom. And we turn around now and tell you that if you earn in between $2,080 and $2,910, sorry, and don't get tight with the numbers, because everybody know the salary in here. Everybody know what it's take home when the week or the month come. So you know whether this applies to you or not. You now would have gotten the benefit for the last 6 years of something called a compensatory income credit, a long set of fancy words for a government meeting term. And it is a government meeting term because you will pay your tax every month. If you were earning $2,900, you paying your tax just over $100 when the month comes, and you're gonna get back just about $1,200 in the October. When you file your income taxes in April, by the October, you're getting back $1,200. Well, those people, in addition to getting that every year for the last 6 years, so long as government can afford it, we give it back. And every year we have managed your affairs such that we can afford it. But in addition to that, those people, to help offset the cost of living, will now get $750 reverse tax credit a year. So they will now end up not paying taxes and getting $750 from the government of Barbados. Who does that if they do not care about you? And then I go further. The people who are earning between $2,900 and $16 a month and $4,166, or in other words, between $35,000 and $50,000 a year, you will now get the same government meeting turn, the same compensatory income credit. You will pay your taxes. If you are earning $4,000 a month, you will pay $270 a month. And at the end of the 12 months when you file your income tax, you know how much you're gonna get back? $2,875 in your pocket all at once. That is why I call it a government meeting turn, because it allows you to put aside, little bit, and you get it back in a lump sum. But it isn't only that they get back. Because people forget in this country that in 2019, Marsha, you were part of the team then, that we brought income tax reform, and we reduced the income tax rates from 16.5% to 12.5% for the first 50,000 after your 25,000 tax-free. And then we introduced a lower rate over 50,000, carrying it from 33.5% to 28.5%. Now, what do all those numbers mean? That if you were earning $75,000, that instead of you paying taxes at 16.5% on the 50,000, open your calculator, because I don't want you to believe me alone. you will pay 50,000 times 16 and a half was $8,250. Reduce that now to 12 and a half, 6,250. $2,000 in savings we put in your pocket if you were earning $75,000 or less in this country. Every year for the last 6 years, 2,000 times 6 is how much? $12,000 more because of a Barbados Labour Party government. And if you want me to carry it up, work it at 100,000, work it at 125, because there are some people saying, what are you doing for the middle class? And when you check it, 50,000 times 33.5% is 16,750. And when you subtract that at 28.5%, you get, that what? You get another $2,000 in savings. In fact, $2,250. So that person would be saving over $4,250 a year for the last 6 years. And I told you in Golden Square Saturday night that if we are the government again, if it is your desire to put us back there, that if there's that, then when we do the budget, we will also adjust those top income tax rates again. But we do not want to do it because I have some work being done. And the last thing I will do is to play fast and loose with this economy. Don Marshall want to know how we gonna pay for it. Well, tell Don Marshall, go and buy the Nation newspaper from 2 days ago. He may not want to read the full document that I signed, but that is available for him to read too, because it's not more than 20 pages. But we introduce laws in this land that as Minister of Finance, I have to give you a full and accurate statement of what our financial circumstances are once an election is called. And it also has to be signed by the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs, who is not a politician. And in the back page of the Nation 2 days ago, they told you that from April to November last year, this government has already managed your affairs such that there was a surplus of $148 million. And that is not the whole financial year, because you still have 4 months to go after November. So when I tell you that the package, which also includes the $1,200 cash credit for cost of living for all pensioners, contributory or non-contributory, small or large, all welfare beneficiaries on top of the 30% that they're getting, and all people who get the special needs grant, adult or children, that when you add all of that together, it comes to $142 million, and it is within our capacity. Unlike him, we do not believe in reducing the VAT to 15%, because the merchants generally do not bring back down prices once prices go up in the air. So the government will lose the revenue, and you, the consumer, will not get the benefit of the reduced prices. This way, I am not sending it via any intermediary. Lillian, you are a pensioner. You will get your $1,200 on top of your pension. Those in here who get in welfare benefits will get it direct, not through the intermediary. But what is even more is that we have already taken the VAT off and the taxes off all basic food in this country, and all basic sanitary items, and all baby items, and we have capped the VAT on the basic package of electricity. Now, the truth is that the world in which we live has put us in this vortex where cost of living want to literally hold us. But you have a government that has shielded you and that has still allowed you to deal with the basics and to live. And I say to you, if it ain't broken, I can't hear you. If it is not broken, do not fix it. And what we have come to you with is a government that has done all of this while still guaranteeing your children free education in this country from pre-primary to tertiary to university. We have come as a government about to expand the Queen Elizabeth Hospital with another $400 million, building 2 buildings on the other side of the road by Enmore and building a bridge across to link to the old hospital building. And that is just phase 1, because phase 2 will come with the other side, building out new capacity there as well. This is a government that has done all of that while buying 121 buses. This is a government that has done all of that while increasing your salaries as public servants, not once, not twice, but 3 times. This is a government that has done all of that while establishing a minimum wage that sees people and protects them, not destroys them. This is a government that has done all of that while putting out sporting pavilions and lights and bleachers across this country. This is a government that gave you business interruption benefit when some of you never paid the NIS, but we knew that in the middle of COVID, you couldn't let people stand on the road and starve unless your name is Ralph Thorne. This is a government that has been taking care of most of your needs. I have said it over and over, we are not perfect. And the truth is that things happen because in a public service of 25,000 people, you cannot predict what any and everybody will do each and every day. You know it, I know it. But our duty is that if something happens, fix it and correct it. And there's one matter that I will alert you to tonight, that I will deal with tomorrow, and that relates to a matter that has bedeviled us. And I asked the former Chief Justice to do a legal opinion, which he did, after discussing it first with Caswell Franklin, who came to me, and then secondly with other representatives of unions, including the Barbados Workers Union. When Mr. Barrow passed the Pensions Act, the amendment to the Pensions Act in 1975, it appears as though it was not done in accordance with the rules of our Constitution. And it therefore puts us in a difficult position with respect to the constitutionality of those provisions, even though they are 51 years old. Now, I've often said to you that principles only mean something when it is inconvenient to stand by them. And that is why, having received the opinion, I will be establishing a working group, but tomorrow I will talk to you about it in a more comprehensive way, because this country, if we are to ask others to do right by us, then we must do right by our own people. And I give you the assurance that as Prime Minister of Barbados, that when things are brought to my attention, I will not push them under the carpet, but I will face them and fix them, as is always the case. The issue is a complex one, but I give you the assurance that when the state does not act in accordance with how it does as supposed to with citizens, then we have a duty to make wrong things right. So my friends, as I leave you in Carrington Village tonight, we have less than 7 days to go. Now is the time to stay focused. I can tell you that anybody on the campaign trail for a couple weeks will get tired. That is the nature of it. But it is the adrenaline that must carry us now to the finish line. It is no sense me seeing Bajan strong, mere for me and we, when BLP leads, Bajan succeeds, and all of this in beautiful red. If at the end of the day, you cannot give me Marsha Caddle here in St. Michael South Central, or you cannot give me Tyra Trotman across the road in St. Michael Central, or you cannot give me Kirk Humphrey in St. Michael South, or you cannot give me Michael Lashley in the city of Bridgetown, or you cannot give me Chris Gibbs in St. Michael West and Neil Rowe in St. Michael Northwest, or Ian Gooden Edgell, as you just heard him, in St. Michael's West Central, or Davison Ishmael in St. Michael North, or Santia Bradshaw in St. Michael Southeast, or Trevor Prescott in St. Michael East. And when you give me them 10, oh Lord, what you gonna do with me? I'm begging, what you gonna do with me? They got me from St. Lucie to St. Philip, from St. John to St. James. And I simply say to you, in St. Michael, take care of me while I take care of the rest of the country. And if we do that, then I can assure you that the week that starts in red will end on Valentine's Day in red and a lot of love across Barbados. Because at the end of the day, Bajans know who really working for them. And Bajans know that when they were sucking salt 7.5 years ago, this government came to the table and we did not sleep, we did not tire, but we made sure that we could move us into this situation. If it is not broken, do not fix it, stay on course. Give me the Barbados Labour Party as the next government of this country and let us continue doing your work and making Barbados better. Greater will our nation grow, greater will our nation grow, greater will our nation grow. We can do this together. Stay ready, and give me the votes on Wednesday, 11th of February for Marsha Caddle in St. Michael South Central. God bless you and good night.
White flags in the air, and sure Barbados you care. Be Bajan strong and ready to go and put in another gear. I'm telling you, white flags in the air, and sure Barbados you care. Going with BLP and me and Marty all the way. I'm telling you, I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. And Bajan strong, BLP. Standing as one, BLP. You can't go wrong with BLP. We voting for BLP. What? Right now we Bajan strong with the Barbados Labour Party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anytime, any weather, still standing together and we heading for victory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Together enjoy, same heart, same spirit. One people, this is way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lifting up the nation for every broke Bajan. So everybody come and join with me, cause we moving hand in hand. We standing Bajan strong. Barbados Labour Party, they will bring you through the storm. A movement for the people, together we are one. Always striving for better, so BG come along. I voted for BLP, we voted for BLP. I voted for BLP, we voted for BLP. Bajan strong, BLP, standing as one. BLP, you can't go wrong with BLP. We voting for BLP. Now let me go, everybody come out and vote. Let me lift Barbados to the top with me at the control. Yeah. Now let me go, everybody come out and vote. Barbados Labour Party is the only way to go. Let me see your white flags in the air, and show Barbados you care. The Bajan strong and ready to go and put in another gear. White flags in the air, and show Barbados you care. Going with BLP and me and Marty all the way. I'm telling you, I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. Bajan strong, BLP, standing as one. BLP, you can't go wrong with BLP. Why? Cause we moving hand in hand. We standing Bajan strong. Barbados Labour Party, they will bring you through the storm. A movement for the people, together we are one. Always striving for better, so BG come along. I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP. I voted for BLP. We voted for BLP.
In changing times, we're still standing. This is home.
From fields and hills we know so well, this new republic where we dwell. We carry hope through trial and strain. Still we rise again and again through broken days and uncertain roads. We keep believing, we keep holding.
In changing times, we push on, hand in hand with being strong. What was planned long ago is still reminding us to grow. From strength to strength, we carry on with pride that time can never undo. Through every test, one truth we know: greater will our nation grow. From little rock with giant dreams, more than all the world to see. Every child, every voice, still learning hope is a choice. Made and strong through joy and pain. In changing times, we remain.
No matter how the winds may blow, we stand together.
Still we grow. From strength to strength, we carry on with pride that time can never undo. Through every test, one truth we know: greater will our nation grow.
From strength to strength, yes, great and strong.
This is who we always know.
Through changing times, this truth we know: greater will our nation grow.
From strength to strength, we carry on with pride that time can never undo. Through every test, one truth we know: greater will our nation grow.
Greater will our nation grow.